In order to sustain advantage over our adversaries and face new and emerging threats, the defense industry needs to embrace innovation and agility.
Because in the defense world, innovation is more than ever an operational and strategic necessity.
For me, innovation in defence is absolutely key to ensuring that we maintain military advantage well into the future.
In order to understand the risks and threats ahead, defense needs to be able to act quickly and adapt to constant change.
Space has seen a massive evolution over the last few years, with new technologies and new capabilities mostly pushed through the new space commercial endeavors.
Effective collaborations with our partners as we pursue promising new technologies that rapidly increase our effectiveness across all of the defence domains is absolutely vital.
I've seen innovation save lives in a number of environments. With 19 years service, 9 overseas tours, I've seen service people innovate on a daily basis to improve their environment, improve process, and make equipment work better.
Innovation is the ability to be bold and open up to change and embrace the new.
So there are many challenges ahead. We will need close and proactive cooperation between European institutional and industrial actors to face them. And we will need you, entrepreneurs, inventors, investors of all kinds. I strongly believe in the enormous potential of our startups, our SMEs, and I know that they will be at the heart of our digital success.
Good morning and welcome to Defence Disrupted, the new event brought to you by Public, which aims to take defence requirements from inside buildings like the British Ministry of Defence and put them to the civilian entrepreneurs that are inside buildings like Public Hall so they can provide the solutions for next generation defence. I'm Daniel Korski, the CEO and co-founder of Public.
And I'm Alexander de Cavallo, the CIO and co-founder of Public. Come on in.
Right behind us, you'll see the British Ministry of Defence. And when the British Ministry of Defence in the past needed to solve a problem, they used to develop it all inside. And then eventually, the things that were developed inside British military establishments, and indeed establishments across the NATO alliance, would then seep into the civilian world. So you can think of duct tape, or drones, or microwaves, developed inside military establishments, and then seeping out into the civilian world. But that's really changing. The flow of innovation is reversing.
That's right, Daniel, or at least it needs to reverse. The future, or the future proofing that we're hearing civil servants and defense ministers talk about, exists in the civilian world today, in the hands of brilliant entrepreneurs, SMEs, early stage technology companies, developing the sort of capabilities that the military really needs and needs now. Whether it's artificial intelligence, secure messaging platforms, you name it, it's more than likely that there is a small group of people working on that sort of technology today.
And that's really what Defence Disrupted aims to address, which is to try to get the conversation between innovation requirements inside defence establishments and solutions that are on the outside into better sync, into better collaborations, better conversations, so that we can reverse that flow, so that requirements inside defence establishments can be met by great innovations outside.
And of course, we're grateful for our launch partner AWS, who has helped us put on the very first Defence Disrupted, and to our gold sponsor Netcompany. Thank you both.
And as usual, we're organizing this event in partnership with Unbound. And so just to hear from Unbound, please welcome Daniel Seal.
Thank you, Daniel and Alex. Greetings from Abu Dhabi. My name's Daniel Seal. I'm the founder of Unbound, who organizes innovation events all around the world. And we are proud today to be partnering with Public to bring you the inaugural Defence Disrupted. Later on, over the next few days, we're going to be hearing from experts and opinion formers from NATO, from the US Armed Forces, from the UK Ministry of Defence, and many other startups, innovators, entrepreneurs, and investors. We will also be learning that how the defence technology goes beyond just military innovation. It has impacts on healthcare, it has impacts on the environment and other technologies, which improves the lives of the people and societies around us. Defence Disrupted is the only event that brings these voices together for a powerful crossover of conversation on the future of defence. Thank you again for joining us, which should be an epic few days. And now back to Daniel and Alex in London.
Thank you, Daniel. If you are an entrepreneur, an SME, or you work in an early stage technology company and you have an itch to solve military problems, make sure you use this time and this forum to reach out to colleagues on the other side of the wall. And if you work inside that building or in other similar buildings around the world, make sure you ask the questions and educate yourself about the capabilities that exist on your front door. There is nothing to lose here. This is a brilliant forum, the first one, hopefully the first of many. Make use of it.
Welcome to Defence Disrupted.
Hello everyone and welcome to the second day of Defence Disrupted. We're so pleased to have you all join us again for what promises to be a really exciting day full of engaging panels. For those of you who couldn't join us yesterday, I'm Edward Elliott, I'm Head of Growth here at Republic, and I will be your host today alongside my colleague Ruby Radley.
Hi everyone, it's great to see everyone here again today and welcome to those joining us for the first time. Now before we kick off with our first session, just a quick reminder to make the most of the Hopin platform that we're using to host this event. And in order to get the best experience from the platform, do make sure you complete your user profile. So this will allow you to meet and network with other delegates, plan your day and connect with our sponsors who are Platinum sponsor AWS, and Gold sponsor Netcompany. You can even set up private one-to-one video meetings. Also, please do remember to get involved in the conversations on social media with #DefenceDisrupted.
Fantastic. Now, to start us off, Public's Alexander de Carvalho will be speaking to the founder of 8VC, Joe Lonsdale, covering topics from his experiences of co-founding Palantir, also covering why Europe and European startups are lagging behind the US and what he believes the next new defense tech companies he's really excited about. What an amazing way to kick off the day. So without further ado, over to you, Alex.
Good morning and welcome to the second day of Defence Disrupted. I'm delighted to be joined by Joe Lonsdale today to kick off proceedings. And Joe, I can't think of a better person to be speaking to as we kick off day 2 of Defence Disrupted. You're obviously the co-founder of Palantir, and you're a backer of a number of other successful tech companies. And for many of us, a visionary investor going after the future, whether that be biotech or in this case, what we're going to be talking about today, defense. For those of you joining us this morning, I just wanted to do a small recap on an amazing day that we had yesterday, filled with comments and viewpoints from a number of really distinguished panelists. Out of the trap, we heard the NATO Deputy Secretary General call for more innovation and more startups. He said technology presented the most significant structural change in human history. We heard people speak about the need for government to think like a VC and be a platform that fights for the top 2 to 3% of companies to work with. You know, like Joe and his VC, 8VC. If you see a good company, they will fight to invest. How do we get government to fight to help and support the best defense companies coming to market? And we also talked a little bit about the profitability of peace and the way that maintaining peace in the US and Europe and other countries, and it's an incredibly sustainable and important mission to back. So look, that was yesterday, this is today. Joe, I want to start the conversation by asking for your reflections on commonly held view that we heard throughout yesterday, which is the defense sector might feel like one of the most impenetrable landscapes for new technology companies to make inroads into. And in your experience, how has technology slowly and then more sustainably begun to replace incumbent suppliers and processes who have previously seemed to have enjoyed unassailable positions? And what lessons can we learn from your experiences there?
Thanks, Alex. It's an honor to join you guys for your second day here. You know, you probably want it to be pretty difficult to break in because you don't want just like random startups with all sorts of issues, supplying defense right away, right? You want a certain bar to get into, and the way I found it is, in order to break in, you really have to be like 10 times better than what's there. So if you have a slightly better solution, they're probably going to go with the people they know, people they rely on. You need things to be reliable in the defense field. But if you have something that's innovative, that's just so much better, what I found is you have to be so much better that you basically shame them into having to work with you. And then that's how you really break into these things. And it's interesting. You probably do want more people in the defense world who do have the mindset where they have some incentive for you to win. The problem is right now is the incentives of the bureaucrats, for the most part, is they won't get fired if they keep contracting with the same big companies they've always contracted with. And they might get fired, or they might look stupid if they let something else new and it doesn't work. And if something that's really, really advanced, it's not going to work for sure. So you need a culture that allows them to take those risks, allows them, that rewards them for working with new players. The other big challenge, of course, is a lot of these guys know they're going to get hired, they're going to get a good job that pays very well at one of the big defense companies, as long as they keep working with those defense companies. If they work with a new startup, A, it might not work and look good. B, they might just ruin their job. C, their best friend they've worked with for 20 years just went to this other place and is trying to prove he could help them out. And if you don't work with the big one, then it's going to make his friend look bad. So it is really hard. There's a lot of special interests to make these things difficult.
Super interesting. I mean, yeah. Sorry, yeah, of course. No, I'm just saying, you obviously broke fresh ground when you and your colleagues co-founded Palantir. Those barriers that you've just referred to were certainly present then, probably still present now. But what sort of learnings can we take from the early days of Palantir and how you forced some of that away from you as you built this business that is obviously in a lot of people's front of mind post IPO, delivering and growing successfully?
When we're building companies in the defense space, you have to identify spend that already exists. They're not going to do all of a sudden new spend. It's very difficult. So what is the spend that already exists? What's the way I like to think of it in government is, what's the workflow that's already there? What are they already doing where they could do it much better? And then how can you prove that to them? And it's really interesting because no one wants to go first. So you have to be working with enough of them that they kind of feel like you're doing more with the others than you are in order for the first big contract to be signed. I remember early on, 16 years ago at Palantir or so, we kind of had to get the FBI using it for a few things and the CIA using it for a few things. And you kind of had to make them jealous of it. And you kind of had to make them assume the other guy was way ahead, and they didn't want to show that they're behind the FBI. So they're going to go faster too. But it's really funny. There's so much risk aversion in these places. You have to kind of use envy and really make them feel secure that other people are already doing it. So you have to have, obviously you have to have the top tech culture, be way better than what they're doing. You have to be, it's interesting. You have to both work with the top and the bottom. By the bottom, I mean like the day-to-day analyst, the person who's 25, 30, 35 years old, who's actually doing the real work, who's actually there, who's frustrated about the old technology they're using. But you also had to work with the top. You had to make sure you're introduced by the right high status people who are friends with the people who run the department. They know who you are. They've heard good things about you. They see the arguments as to what their goals are, why you're going to make them look good. And if you get both those sides, people on your side, you make the acquisition people feel safe. Someone else is kind of already doing it. It's very chicken and egg, but you can kind of force these things through. It takes a lot of persistence to build these companies.
You're totally right. It reflects dozens of conversations that we've had over the past 4 or 5 years, where you need that air cover, to use a military term, from above to allow the foot soldiers on the ground to bring in the new technology. And I guess you found with Palantir, foot soldiers at the CIA or the FBI who were willing to take advantage
it's really
of your
amazing the
10X
talented
software.
people you find some people in government who are very talented, right? So you have some people there who maybe are just getting by and we're doing the least amount of work and it's just no one can fire them. But then right next to them, you'll have some of the most talented people you've met who are there for the mission and they really care what they're doing. And so you have to succeed as an entrepreneur in defense. You have to find those mission-driven people who really do deeply care and who will partner with you. And it's a wonderful human trait because these people are not doing it to make any kind of money for themselves. Like they can't. They're not allowed to in government. But so there are some people there who just so deeply care about making these things work, or who are so frustrated with how broken it is that they're willing to step out and kind of fight. Because it does take work by these work insiders on the inside. People like to pretend there's these like processes that are somehow perfect processes that determine who should win. The processes are all bullshit. The processes are all about checking the box. The question is there someone in there who's going to fight for you and who's going to spend time getting past all the roadblocks for you or not. And you have to find these allies. And similarly, you need to find allies inside. I mean, it's one of the most noble things to do, to be a person in the government who says, screw it, this is right, I'm going to fight for it. And you help through like 5 or 10 roadblocks, and you finally get it across the line. But that's what it takes to get these things done.
You're too right. And the great news is that I think those people in government now have outlets. They have people like you building companies like Palantir and other companies who are on the other end of the telephone line, frankly, who can actually deliver on the expectations that they're setting themselves. So as long as we manage to put those people together, those impassioned, mission-driven civil servants with the brightest 10x technologies that exist, we should be in good stand. And I hope that a lot of people
That's right.
This
And I kind of think of those people like investors themselves too, right? So just like I do investing as a venture capitalist, they're investing their time and their reputation on a new technology. And so just like I have to due diligence things and I have to present things, get things presented properly to me, we have to find the people in government. We have to teach them how to feel safe about it, how to be confident in it, how to know for sure they should be risking their reputation, pushing this. And once you can convince them the right way, some of them will just be amazing allies.
Yeah. Have you found it easier over the last 16 years and maybe potentially just over the last 3 or 4 years with some of the new projects that you're backing, building? It's
definitely a lot easier. I mean, this is kind of the unfair thing about life in general, is that when I was a 21-year-old kid, I probably worked even harder than I do now. You could tell I'm calling you from a hotel room, so I'm still out on the road. I'm still being a road warrior, working right now. But, I was working so hard then, but I was nobody. And you had to basically use our people's reputations to get things done and bring in partners, 15 years older than me. Otherwise, it wouldn't have worked. And of course, once you've had success, people are willing to listen to you. They are willing to push things forward. It is a bit of a cheat code. And, but I think also the culture has changed a little bit. So it's not, I'd like to think it's not just that obviously I have unfair advantages from things working out for me. I do think the culture is a little bit more open to outsiders. That said, it's just still so hard. I mean, the primes are so strong and they block and they play so many dirty tricks where they block people out. They pretend they're your friends. They pretend they're open to innovation. Behind the scenes, they're laughing and smoking cigars with their buddies and they're screwing you over. So there's still a knife fight out there. They just like to pretend and make the right sounds,
And talking about making the right sound, some of the companies that you're building now, you're really excited about. I mean, I know of about Epirus and Anduril. There are probably many others, but give us and the audience a sense of what's really exciting you now about some of these new defense companies that you're bringing to market.
Well, Epirus is a company we started where we partnered. We hired a lot of the top electronic warfare people who, frankly, are a little bit older because it's been around for a while, and we built what is now the top directed EMP in the world, electromagnetic pulse. And so it turns out there's this emissive material, gallium nitride, which people have been using for a lot of cool things the last decade. And if you heat up gallium nitride, you put a ton of energy on it within a very, very small length of time, like say just 100 nanoseconds, you could fire microwave radiation. The microwave radiation can hit an electronic and fry it. So it's just destroy your phone, destroy your laptop, destroy your headphones. And the higher power it is, the farther away we could do that from. So we have now the Navy using it for ships. They can fire something a kilometer away. We have people using it to destroy drone swarms from quite a far distance. And, there's all sorts of uses. Any cars and trucks built after 1979 or so, they all have little chips in them to make them run. And so they can't run if you can fry them. And it turned out in order to get this system to fire correctly, we had to hire some really top Silicon Valley talent and build these microchips on which we put algorithms to use artificial intelligence, really machine learning, to talk to the whole system, because it had to be very, very fast to learn how to, every time you fire, how to make all the power hit at once. So we tried to use software. It wasn't fast enough, but the chip AI could do it. And so anyways, it's really cool because it's a combination of like some traditional defense people who are very good, some new Silicon Valley technology, and a bunch of other systems. And now we're running circles around all the primes with these little systems that can just destroy electronics over a kilometer away.
Superb. And before I come to my next question, do you want to just talk a bit about Anduril as well? I'm just happy to let people hear about some of the great software that you're backing.
Everyone working in defense nowadays should know what Anduril is. If they don't, then they're not really paying attention to the top talent, is my strong view. I'm very proud of Epirus, but Anduril basically is Palmer Luckey, who's kind of like the Iron Man of our age. He became a billionaire from creating Oculus. We were investors in his company Oculus that Mark Zuckerberg Facebook bought. And he basically created a new defense company 3 or 4 years ago. Anduril means it's Anduril, It means the sword that defends the West from Tolkien. So it's kind of the same as Palantir background. And what Palmer did is he hired 3 or 4 of the most talented leaders I know, mostly from Palantir, and then they built this really strong engineering team. And they basically are going up with a hardware defense company in 4 or 5 different areas against Lockheed, Raytheon, Northrop, etc. And they're running circles around the primes. I mean, there'll be these things they create. There's like the new drone they're selling for something, but it's like 5 times the power and 3 times the speed and carries twice the weight, and they're charging 1/5 as much. I mean, it's just like it's almost comical how much better the top engineers can be versus these old companies. And so Palmer's creating all sorts of systems. They're securing the border, and there's their perimeter systems where they have these towers every mile with apps to watch borders very, very affordably. But there's all sorts of new. I'm not even sure what's public, but there's all sorts of new things they're doing with weapon systems and defense systems. So it's really cool to watch what's possible if you get the very top technologists. And I think a lot of people don't realize the gap between our current defense primes and our very top technologists in the world in Silicon Valley. And we obviously proved that with Palantir, where we just ran circles around them on the software side. Seeing Palmer do it now on the defense side with so many different contexts, and there's all sorts of things coming up. I hope he does in space warfare and otherwise. It's just really fun to watch Anduril. So that's a big one you guys should see. That's like the new defense prime for the 21st century, and it's doing really well.
No, superb. I mean, look, we've been saying this. It's one of the big themes running through these 2 days. The future, as thought about inside ministries of defense, is in front of them on their doorsteps, being developed by the smartest and brightest engineers, and the competitive advantage of new technology in the hands of people who know how they want to deploy it is incredibly powerful, but needs to be opened up. I'm interested in what sort of ecosystem a new defense sector like the one you're describing emerges. We are behind, obviously, in Europe. And there may be some cultural issues. There's maybe a reticence around investing in defense tech in general. There's a lot of GPs who have an issue with their LPs around investing potentially in defense because they either don't disintermediate offensive and defensive technology.
It's a culture that's ready to be conquered, basically. This culture is very decayed on that side of things, and rather than fight, they kind of want to just let themselves be conquered. It's pretty sad to see. That's kind of the majority of the energy right now in a lot of parts of the world. So it is nice that you have a few strong men and women fighting back, Alex, and still trying to do defense. But I do think the culture there is that people resent it and don't want to be part of it. And it's kind of like something only other people do. It's very strange to me. It's just seeing this kind of decadence all around Europe. But that's generally the approach I get. There are exceptions, but that's, there's a lot of people like, oh, we don't invest in defense. And I'm like, do you think there are bad guys in the world? And they're like, well, I don't ever want to be involved in hurting someone. Like, what would you do if someone came and hurt and killed your family? And you're like, well, it's not happening. So they just put it out of their mind and they don't do it. So yeah, it's pretty disgusting to me what goes on there. And there's a lot of moral equivalencies where everything is the same. No one can be good, no one can be bad. Therefore, nothing's worth fighting for. It's a very, very kind of postmodern society thing. That's kind of right. So I think Europe's not in the right place for it.
Okay, but I mean that's good push for us over here. I think there's a lot of people recognizing the need to reinvent and to reopen. I think there's a very good breeding ground here in Europe to build good defense technology. There's a very good contract between the citizen and the state that exists, a very good level of trust.
Do you think people are willing to do aggressive new technologies? For example, we need space warfare right now. It's like that the main thing is get the gravity well, right? Because it's very, very easy, unfortunately, very cheaply from the gravity well to fire things that in battlefront up there. If you capture that, that's probably how you control the globe militarily. And so it's like China and U.S. are both kind of fighting for that, although U.S. is kind of going very slow about it. But at least we're trying to do a little bit. Is Europe willing to even engage in that battle? That's
a good question. I mean, let's put it out there and hope that Europe is listening. I'm sure they are this morning. Yeah. My sort of second last question to you, Joe, is this ecosystem of willing. But you've got the right mix over there in the US right now, right? You've got buyers who are willing to buy, investors who are willing to invest, and entrepreneurs who are willing to spend time and effort disrupting.
Yes.
Where was the inflection point? Was it the trailblazing of Palantir that led to engineers saying, you know what, does make sense to leave the prime and go and build my own thing? Was it a combination of factors? Was it, what would you put it down to? If we were trying to replicate some of that success?
Palantir and SpaceX were two very unusual things that came from the same culture, obviously, of people who said this is really broken and we're going to go fix it. and it was just kind of like out of nowhere. A lot of companies were kind of predicted by history, and naturally, you're going to have ride-sharing companies, you're going to have social media companies. I think both Palantir and SpaceX were kind of like companies that stood astride how history worked and were unexpected, and were doing things that were unnatural. I think what happened is that the Department of Defense was working with top tech companies as is natural, like with Google, et cetera, what you'd expect. And then there's this weird cultural backlash where like Google and others, they're very far left, they're very morally relativist. So like, we don't necessarily think America is better than China. We don't want to help American defense. And so that was that big pushback. And that was a really big trigger. That was, I think, about 3 or 4 years ago when we saw this kind of like Marxist progressive pushback from some of the cultures of the big tech companies. And we said, wow, that's fascinating. Our top of our tech is no longer wanting to work on these problems. That was kind of a call to action for a lot of us. So I hadn't been working in defense as much since Palantir. After I built Palantir, I started many other companies in finance and logistics and bio, and I'm obsessed with revolution and bio. But we said, wow, if the top people at Google aren't going to be doing defense. And I went back and I kind of looked what's going on in defense, and I was horrified. It became really clear that a lot of the big companies, like I mentioned, had really been decaying. Like, so I watched the top talent in the U.S. to see where they're going. It's what we do for a living. And we went and we scanned the big defense companies, and they are not hiring top computer science talent. They're not hiring top IT talent, which is necessary for these weapon systems to respond properly. There's all these decision systems that are really key. All these 3D printed stuff for missiles you should be doing. None of this stuff is happening in these companies. We said, wow, this is terrifying. So at that point, Trey and Palmer started the inaugural. We got going in Epirus. Another friend of mine's building something called Rebellion. It's very impressive. So I think that was kind of a call to action that we better get our top defense tech people in defense. Otherwise, we're going to be in trouble. And so I think you have seen a resurgence of that. And the military is very open to it. There are people in the military who've learned, who know they're behind, who know China's innovating faster. And frankly, you have to see this as like China is. I love China to be a friend, but on the defense side, China is the threat. And China is the adversary, and you have to stay way ahead of them to keep peace in the world. And I agree that we get more from peace. The way we keep peace is that we've had a Pax Americana for quite a long time now. And if we don't keep America strong, that Pax Americana is going to fall away. So we're desperately fighting with the top talent to try to keep America advancing in a way that will keep the world safe.
Well, I don't think I could sum up our conversation better than what you've just said. It feels like the perfect taking off point for another great day of discussions. Joe, you've been incredibly generous with your time on the road. Thank you for joining us this morning. Thank you for building the companies you're building. Thank you for spending time thinking about the big problems that we're going to face in the future. Look forward to catching up soon. Take care. Thanks again.
Thank you, Alex. Take care. Good luck today.
Wow. What a fantastic way to kick off the day. Thank you so much to Joe for joining us all the way from across in America. I hope you all enjoyed that as much as I did. We now have the first panel of the day, which has an excellent lineup of speakers here to talk about how to train military personnel to be innovative, digitally skilled, and technologically curious. Please join me in welcoming Elizabeth Braw from the American Enterprise Institute, who will be leading the discussion. Over to you, Elizabeth.
And thank you all for joining, and thank you in particular to the panel that I can see in front of me here, and hopefully you can see them too. First, Sea Lord Admiral Tony Radakin, Liam Maxwell, formerly of the UK government, now with AWS, James Coote of the RAF, and Morgan Long of the Royal Navy. And we are here to talk about how to create a curious, cunning, and challenging military personnel. And I think there is an age-old challenge within the armed forces, but we'll solve it in 40 minutes. And I'm sure that we'll come up with some new and radical ideas, because these gentlemen with me here are fantastic thinkers and are used to disruption. And if I can start with you, Admiral Radakin, and of course we should also point out that Admiral Radakin is the proud steward of an aircraft carrier that I think has just returned to Portsmouth. So if I can start by putting a question to you first, and then to everybody else, which is this age-old question of how to how to encourage and incentivize innovation in the armed forces. And so the question is, does it primarily need funding, or does it need a particular mindset?
So thank you, Elizabeth, and I'm delighted to join you. And I just want to apologise that I will have to go at 10:30. So and hopefully that was sort of mentioned in some of the sort of admin beforehand. So I'm also delighted that you hinted that this is a really difficult problem. So I don't have. If only I had the magic wand to wave and to make it all easier. I think there are a bunch of things that go with this. And they also partly describe why it's so difficult. And one of them is you have to tackle or kill the existing organization structure and the way it goes about its business. And there's a sort of easy, kill bureaucracy, or at least challenge the bureaucracy, because the systems that we have, which are deeply bureaucratic, deeply conventional, means that the way that you get on in large organizations, and we're an extension of that, or maybe an exaggeration of that, is by local alliances, by not messing up, by only focusing on the next level up, and not upsetting the organization. And I think those are sort of some standard traits that bureaucracies have. And therefore, it's going to be a tough journey. So there's a system problem there, and then I think the way that we get after it is it means that you have to kill some of that bureaucracy, or you have to interfere with it. You can't allow the system to come to its conclusion or its normal conclusion. So I think senior leaders have to interfere to create the pathways. Because you've got to decide, is this important to you? And therefore you're going to lift some people up. Because the bureaucracy will tend to kill off those disruptors. And that's a really depressing thing to say, but I think we've just got to be honest about the reality. And therefore there's a kind of lift these people up, create pathways. Some of this is the Percy Hobart scheme. It's try and create some reverence and some opportunity for these people to come up. The other bit that goes with it as well, to me, is at the same time you've got to create safety nets. So if you really want these people to be a bit more out there, to take the risks, then you have to somehow create the safety net whereby they're not putting their career on the line by doing the slightly risky career routes or challenging the system. And that has to be very visible in order to try and get the trust in the organization that you're not just coming out with this blah, that actually it's going to be followed through. And that, again, to me, is a feature of the leadership and a challenge to the system. And then I think the other bit that sort of goes with it is almost a deliberate, and this, I've got a fantastic Navy and a fantastic system in lots and lots of ways, but on this issue, I think it struggles, and therefore you might have to reach down and deliberately pluck people up, and then you protect them, and that's why it feels to me it's more about leadership. And so your point about, is this money or is this technology or is this is just straightforward culture, and the cultures that we have kill the disruptors in large organizations and bureaucracies, of which we are a super example. And therefore it's the things that get after the culture which might allow you to make progress on this particular issue. I'll stop there and allow others to comment.
That is an incredibly powerful beginning, I think, just several thoughts you put there that I think we'll continue to discuss even after these, long after these 40 minutes. But it strikes me that it's what you're proposing is in a way similar to what the Catholic Church used to do with the devil's advocate, where some people were essentially allowed to question and with impunity, as it were, or they had the right to question without any adverse effects to their career, simply because an organization needs needs those people. Not everybody can be a disruptor, but some people should be. So, Liam, you have been a disruptor in government, and you may still be a disruptor in the private sector, but I'll turn the floor over to you to tell us how it should work.
Well, I don't know whether I know exactly how it should work, and thank you very much, Elizabeth, and thank you to everyone for having us today, and also for your time, Admiral Radkin. It's great to be on a panel and discussing something right at the core of how you change the culture of the Navy or the military. And I think if I could just reflect on a couple of things. I did spend some time in government, and one of the things I discovered there was that the best anecdote always won. And that's a wonderful way of enabling change in that organization to not happen in the way you described. And we found that by using data and just using really compelling data, you found that people wanted to do the right thing. And so having that data behind your argument enabled you to make a change happen. And sometimes that data can be just a really small component. We found that it could be the number of people applying for a driving license online. It was really mundane, but by moving that and then working with the data and enabling you to take decisions around data, big changes can happen. And working backwards from the customer to have an answer which showed how a solution could make things better for the citizen was a simple paradigm to show, and that using data, it could make it work. So that was a good start, using data. The next point, and I think the point you raised, we have a different way of phrasing it within Amazon, but it's this concept of, if you're taking a decision, can you end your career on that decision? And as part of our culture of ownership, we try and make sure that ownership is, but we always have a check what we call one-way and two-way doors. So a one-way door is when you take a decision, and once you've taken that decision, there's no going back. A two-way door is when you take a decision and you can come backwards from it. And most two-way door decisions we can devolve to our teams, and we can devolve, and our teams want the ownership, and their leadership wants them to have ownership. And that's a really good way of making that capability work. And then the other point I'd just like to make really quickly is starting with some small examples and working backwards from your customer. Say to your customer, what is our outcome going to be? What do you want to happen? How do we get there? Build a small example, see whether it works. Make it slightly bigger, see whether it works. That sort of iteration can really help drive forward the reforms that you want. And that's what my team does within AWS, actually. We're here to help public organizations drive forward their reforms more quickly. And that's where we find small programs which can then scale are really, really powerful in that extent.
Thank you, Liam. If I can turn to our two panelists who have experience being exactly the sort of people who Admiral Radkin highlighted earlier as the sort of people we need in the armed forces, not just in the UK, but elsewhere as well. So maybe starting with you, Morgan, at the top of my screen, if I can put the same question to you, and you can tell us from your experience, what is the decisive points that the armed forces need, or any organization? Is it more funding, or is it a change of mindset among the people involved?
Thank you, Elizabeth, and nice to see you again. And thank you for Public for inviting me to speak today. I don't think it can be black or white, one or the other, unfortunately. I mean, I was lucky enough to be part of the inaugural Percy Hobart Fellowship coming through last year, and also I've been very lucky to be put into a role outside of my specialist area of medicine, looking at sort of that digital transformation or area piece, and I've been really sort of advocating and championing for that disruption and that challenge of the status quo all the way through it. I think I echo with what Admiral Radkin and Liam said about, you need to empower us to go into those organizations to be able to challenge the bureaucracy and challenge that status quo, but feel slightly protected by doing it, which I do, which has been very good. But I think ultimately it's also about getting that behavioural change at the bottom. And what I mean is, feeling that those people who across defence, we have many people who are incredibly innovative, incredibly intelligent, incredibly gifted, and being able to sort of absorb those ideas, concepts, feedbacks from the bottom and bring them back up into the top to make real change is absolutely core for me to be able to do that. The difficulty is, as Admiral Radkin said, the hierarchy sometimes squashes that, or not the hierarchy, but the bureaucracy and the way that the military is set up sometimes doesn't allow for that to happen. But I do think we're in a time of change, and I do think we're in a time where actually some of those areas are being embraced, and we are managing to get that with it. But we haven't got it right quite so far, but we're definitely on the right journey to get there.
Can I just ask quickly, Morgan, how are you seeing that change? Since you said there is change, what exactly have you seen?
I think with organisations, Navy Digital, Nemesis within the Navy, Astra within the RAF, we're seeing hubs which are cultivating and nurturing some of that talent coming through. We're also seeing that they're nurturing some of those ideas, and they're bringing sort of lower level distribution of ideas, and some of that comes with the sort of small pockets of funding that goes to be able to sort of take those opportunities, those risks, and be not scared to fail if you're taking those risks. So I do see that we are making that. Inevitably, it comes with money. You need some money, not huge quantities of money, but some money to be able to take those risks and drive some of those things forward. But I definitely see it changing within the Navy, definitely.
Which brings us to the Air Force. James, funding or mindset, and what sort of change have you seen? You are, as I think people have seen in the background materials, an innovator like Morgan, and part of I think what we might call a new generation of officers and non-commissioned officers who are able to rise in the way that Admiral Radican just described. So over to you.
Thanks, Elizabeth. And if you put a gun to my head, I'd say mindset would be one of the two that I'd choose, and for two reasons. I spoke to General Chris, retired now, General Chris Deverell, on a podcast a couple of years ago, and asked him about why we need to innovate. And he talked about the well-trodden story of Blockbuster getting disrupted by Netflix, similar happening to Kodak. And he said, if we don't understand why this happens, why disruption comes to incumbents in the market, the same will happen to us. So I think that mindset in every person from phase one to first Sea Lord has to understand the why otherwise we'll be the next in line to be disrupted. The second thing I think that's important when it comes to mindset is the how. So I started a coding scheme a couple of years ago called the J-Hub Coding Scheme because I thought we had a massive gap in people who knew how to build the software and data science products I thought we needed to transform defense. It's now got 2,000 graduates. And when I look at those 2,000 graduates and ask them recently what they've been building, about 150 replied with products they were building. Unfortunately, lots of them were from the Navy, which pains me to say as an RAF person. But when you look at those that have been the most successful, they're those who've worked out how to effectively innovate. They're ones who use lean methodologies. They're ones who build MVPs. They're able to work out what the assumptions are to test in their innovations and test them for cheap or for free. They're able to make those steps to de-risk their innovations and take them to the next level, rather than waiting for funding and blaming a lack of funding, which is all too often an excuse for avoiding innovation, I find in my experience. And that they're able to use those skills which are popularized by Hacking for Mod or the brilliant Percy Hobart Fellowship, all those skills that the successful startups know and love. They're able to use those techniques of lean and MVP to test and iterate on their innovations and not wait for the golden goose of funding. So, yeah, gun to my head, I'd say mindset's the most important too.
Well, the team at the Treasury would love to hear that, and I think actually I think all of us on the panel would probably agree with you, because no amount of money can replace a changed mindset. Whereas obviously, well, it's always nice to have more money, but you can't replace that changed mindset. And which brings me back to you, Admiral. I think the results that we all aspire to are similar to the ones that are regularly, constantly achieved in Silicon Valley. But Silicon Valley is a well, it's a mythical place, but it's also a geographical place that operates so differently, and where people move fast and break things, and some succeed, some don't succeed, but there are really no implications if you fail, because you can start a new company, whereas nobody here would want the Royal Navy to fail in any way. So how do you square those two things in a large organization, especially an organization whose failures would carry enormous implications for the security of the country?
So thank you, Elizabeth. I agree. I think you touch on the dilemma, and it sort of also touches on some of the points that Liam made. So it's about knowing what are the decisions where you have to take slightly more of a I wouldn't even say a magisterial approach. It's just a fundamental, incredibly safe, extraordinarily safe approach. The Royal Navy is responsible for providing to the Prime Minister our nuclear deterrent, and we do that in always having a nuclear submarine on patrol, and it must never be found by any other organisation. Now that is so precious that is super safe, but that's unusual. Most other aspects in the organisation, we rarely will be in the 50-50. We're a startup, let's just go for it. We might make lots of money, and if we fail, we fail. Don't worry. But what Liam described about being really clear in terms of your two-door, one-door mentality, I think is very helpful. So we adopt it's very similar. Which decisions are, or where are you jumping off the cliff edge, and where are you just walking down the hill, and actually you can walk back up again. And that to me has been very helpful, to just try and take some of the tension out of the way that the organisation sometimes perceives decisions to be more cliff edge than they actually are. The bit, and we're at risk of being a really boring panel where we all agree with each other, but the risk, one of the areas which I think where we might be slightly different, or it's a tension to what Liam described, is sometimes even when we have the data, I think you're in these amazing institutions that revere loyalty and there's a sort of pressure, and people throw their lives to their careers. The rationality of, well, guess what? We need to just get rid of these helicopters and get into drones. And someone says, you don't understand. My life has been, people saying to me, you don't understand. My life, I've had 35 years of flying helicopters. You can't just, it's not a data question. So there's something there about how we help with the storytelling and the rest, and help people through it, because it's more than, for us, it's more than, right, actually just sell it to the customer. We had a brilliant one. We've been trying to improve recruiting in the Navy. And I have my HR organisation saying we couldn't accept people in the Navy with tattoos on their hands or tattoos around their necks. But we could accept Royal Marines who are part of the Navy with tattoos on their hands and tattoos around their necks, because they wore gloves on parade, and they have a high collar and not a sailor's collar. When I then asked why, what was the impact of that, I was told it was probably about 200 people a year. And back to the point about the why, I had people in the organisation where it was more important for them to manage the process and their slight aversion to tattoos than it was to have the people crewing our ships and going to sea. And therefore there are sometimes, there's sometimes the fundamental challenge where, unfortunately, people might be slightly misplaced in how they perceive the organisation, and it's more than data. And that's where sometimes it's felt to me it has to be right down and deep and aggressive to get after that. And then the only other point I would offer, which is a dilemma, is what I think James and Morgan have described, and I think is a big worry, is that we're doing some of the right things. And we're creating these hubs and we're creating experiment, and we're creating so, but there's still, the risk is they're still quite marginal. It's how do you get it much more, considering it's such a strategic issue and so important for us in the middle of a technological revolution, how do you get it more into the bloodstream? And that's where I think it's partly this system. You're going to have to manipulate the system to create the space, and then you're going to have to manipulate the program. We have these things called program of record, where we spend all of our money, and we're really poor at trying to change that program to be something new, because we've got all these people defending the program of record because they've spent their lives creating the program of record. And that's where I kind of go into a slightly more aggressive organizational bit to accompany the culture. I'll stop there.
These are clearly fundamental challenges, and I don't envy you because, how do you tell somebody who has spent his or her life focusing on helicopters that's no longer relevant or no longer a focus? Liam, I know while you were in government, you tried to bring the Silicon Valley mindset to Whitehall, and I'm not going to ask you to give us the inside story of how it went, but maybe you can reflect in general on the challenges that Admiral Radican just presented, maybe on the figurative helicopters of your work.
Yeah, I think thanks, Elizabeth, and I think it's a good point. I now, we help multiple governments, some 40 governments around the world, actually helping them with a similar program of innovation and helping them get there. But I think the Admiral raises a really clear point. And in some ways, I feel a little bit limited here explaining, look, I work and the company say we want there to delight our customers. It's really clear, it's really effective. We know what we want to do. We have lots of different ways of doing it, but that's our aim. And the military is a completely different organization because it's there to deliver a series of results. It's also there to maintain something very precious, which is our sovereignty. And all the way across our, the things that the military does is much more complex in terms of that. So it is very, very different in terms of how we work. But one thing that's sort of getting through, I think, I'm sort of sending this note is the alignment and being aligned, being able to get alignment. And one of the ways that the organization I work for is aligned is it has a set of leadership principles. Now, the civil service has a set of 5 big words, which are their principles, but actually leadership principles go that one layer down and describe what you do and how we all should work together. And we've all agreed to work together. And it's a tremendously unifying component for what is a very, very complex organization, but not as complex as the military. But I would suggest, I think it might be something just to look at is having those, because one of the things that does is that brings in culture such as leadership, and everybody is a leader and wants to do well in what they're doing. The other component there is one of the things I do like. I mean, my favorite leadership is one called have backbone, disagree and commit, which actually is really that, be tenacious. You need to, it is your duty as a leader to be able to question your colleagues and your leadership respectfully and where the data shows you. It's not to be, it's not something frivolous. We trust you as members of the team to question us. And that piece of culture and that piece of that principle, I think, would be a really helpful one to try and imbue. And it's one of the things which from my time in government, I think is the one thing which we could really do better, is bringing that whole culture of constructive challenge and effective challenge with support, which I think is what the Admiral, and then certainly what James and Morgan are saying there, but they're also doing, is bringing support, but challenge is really important. And I think making sure that everybody knows that can make the difference towards building a better organization, and can, in your case, say for the helicopters and the people who've worked on that for all their lives, there's a reason why they've done that. And the data will help show that. But that also gives them the ownership over the situation themselves, and giving them ownership is a really powerful tool, creating a united organization that can work effectively.
Thank you, Liam. And building on what both of you said, I was reminded of I don't know if anybody on this call remembers Webvan, which was the really the
George
symbol
Shaheen.
of the first .com boom. Everybody at that point thought they should do e-commerce, and it didn't matter what it was. There were pet e-commerce companies. There was Webvan, which then went public with the spectacular amounts of money, and then turns out nobody wanted it. And I think that is the difference between the sort of innovation we're talking about on this panel, the sort of people we I think agree are needed in the armed forces, not the ones who frivolously innovate because everybody else. For fear of missing out, and they create something very similar because that's what you have to do in the moment. It's the sort of people who think about what is it that the Royal Navy needs, or the Royal Air Force, or the British Army, or any other military organization, and then don't go with the flow of what everybody else is innovating to the extent that others are innovating, but think for themselves. So James, maybe over to you. How do you think for yourself? Don't without innovating for the sake of innovating, and provide this sort of value that I think the armed forces need and the taxpayers need.
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and the answer is it's not just mindset; it's skill set as well. And just you said earlier, we sometimes would wish for a Silicon Valley mindset in defence, but too much of that leads to Theranos and Elizabeth Holmes. So we do want some of the go get after it, think big, start small, scale fast bit, but we also want the skill set that de-risks that process. And when we do that, we need to make sure, I think, as Admiral Radikin said, that it's not just the people listening to Defence Disrupted who are a self-selected group of people. We need to make sure that it trickles down to the helicopter pilots. I feel sorry for helicopter pilots now listening to this, but we need to make sure it trickles down to those who are very proud of the capabilities they commandeer and work on in their jobs, of which many have delivered incredible effects over the last 10, 20 years. And in terms of how we do that, Chief of the Air Staff asked me a few months ago what 10 things I would do if I was him. And the first thing on that list was, we can't leave anyone behind on this journey. It is no longer good enough to have people coming through phase 1 training who only learn in the Air Force perhaps about Dresden bombings and blitzkrieg tactics. If they don't know why Uber disrupted the taxi trade and the importance of Kessel Run and agile software development in the US Air Force, then we are failing to equip our people with the necessary skills to be in an information age military. So I think for me, the biggest issue here is that we cannot afford to leave anyone behind. Things like this forum are great for discussing it and moving the thinking forward, but we then can't leave those who don't attend these things behind. We need to put this training throughout our phase 1 training, phase 2, officer development, corporal to sergeant's courses, all of them need to have, and I said to the Chief of the Air Staff, 10% of their syllabus needs to be on data literacy and digital awareness.
Because you don't know who will be the innovative person. I know Admiral Radikin has to leave, so thank you very much, Admiral, and we'll solve the rest of the conundrum in the remaining 10 minutes, but thank you very much for having been on the panel.
Apologies for leaving. Apologies, Elizabeth, and the rest of the panel for leaving early. I completely agree with what James said there, and also Liam's points. One of the techniques that we've used is and again, so you can't have everybody being the disruptor on OSFIT. So we've been very deliberate with the leadership teams, and then trying to, if I take me and the fleet commander and second sea lord, being very deliberate when ideally I want the three of us to be 3.0, super aligned and driving the organization. But also there might be times where one of us wants to sort of challenge the other. So, but what we then do is we call it in 0.5 mode. What I don't want is 2+1. So we do a deliberate, I'm in a 0.5 mode, either to say, this is really uncomfortable. And from my perspective, you're just ignoring some fundamentals. Or this is really uncomfortable because actually I'm going to challenge, and I'm going to challenge in a way that doesn't doesn't mean I'm challenging everything about you, and just making it a 0.5 conversation, not a 1.0 conversation. And that sounds, but we've adopted that to just try to help us, and then push that down through the organisation. And I absolutely agree Liam's point about can you hand it over to the people so they have the ownership of it, because it's then got a chance of flourishing and gaining some speed. Thank you very much, and sorry to be leaving. And good luck.
Thank you.
I've eaten up even more of your time.
You've got the Navy to run
everything. So apologies.
Thank you, Morgan. That leaves you 1 minute before we get to our questions. So I'll give that 1 minute to you, and then there are several questions that we'll get through very expeditiously.
So I'd just like to sort of capitalise on what James started, really, talking about the fact that we need to give people skills and we need to look at the upskilling piece. I think with 30 seconds to go, really that needs to be paired with two other things for me. It needs to be paired with facilitation of that behavioural change around culture. We want people who are hungry for knowledge and skill sets, rather than being told you need to do some training in something to be better. And they want to be able to exploit that technology that they have in front of them to best effect. And the third thing is the skills and the training needs to be underpinned by an intelligent, enticing platform that nurtures the culture, grows the network, and then also provides training resource, not just within the MOD, but also the best of what's out there in industry, and access to all of that. And the only way you're going to have success within defence is those three elements together, for me.
Excellent. So we'll speed through.
Oh no, I thought it was just my North Yorkshire internet connection was dodgy.
We lost a line to Baltimore.
Can you hear me okay now?
We lost it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. How do we as a military train our leadership, middle in particular, to be more open to that voice of reasonable challenge and provide space for it? Liam has talked about in a traditionally rank biased culture. Is it something to introduce at basic training and cement at our promotion courses? So I think that's one for you, Morgan and James. Maybe if you can take 30 seconds each. Starting with you, James.
Yeah, it's funny. I actually haven't necessarily had that issue. I've found that the best leaders who percolate up the hierarchy often have been selected because they're good at listening to other people's opinions, and they're used to sort of obligation to dissent, as the leadership principle was in my old job. So actually, I'm going to defer to Morgan on that one, because from a personal perspective, maybe I've been just lucky with the leaders I've had, but the best leaders I've worked for have all fostered that culture of obligation to dissent, and that's been highly productive.
So I suppose I would disagree. I would say, so I started off my life right at the bottom and came up through the ranks, and I would say that non-commissioned officers find it very difficult to get their voices heard in some areas within defence. And interestingly, since commissioning, it's been a lot easier. That said, there is still that, because of the hierarchy and the way that it works within defence, there is obviously that assumed, the people who are standing in charge of that programme, that project, that piece of policy, that ultimately need to have the decisions there. I think what's really useful, and I've used it multiple times since the Percy Hobart were introduced me, is that sort of rank agnostic approach to workshops or meetings that come from it. And I've had some very strange raised eyebrows when, I've had senior people in a room and I've said, right, well, if I'm facilitating the workshop for 2 or 3 hours, I'm like, there is no rank in this room, all first name basis. The only way you're going to get good collaborative, open dialogue and diversity of mindset is to set that right at the baseline. So I have seen some of the bad side of it, but that said, I think if you set the ground rules to start with, then you can achieve a lot more.
Thank you. A very different question, and maybe starting with you, Liam, on this one, and if you could do it in 30 seconds, it would be fantastic. Are defense contractors more worried by the ever-increasing asymmetric warfare doctrines by our opponents? This could implicate contractors being a military target during the continuous competition phase, even before full war fighting. Does this influence the corporate strategy on how far cooperation and integration with defense might be allowed? So in other words, do you see the private sector as a target, and that does that make you apprehensive, or your company apprehensive about cooperation with the government?
Supply chains are definitely a target, and that's why security is job zero here in the company I work for at AWS. That's absolutely right at the core of everything we do, and it's one of the things that our customers expect from us. But I think the other point you're raising there is that the speed and the requirement for speed and scale within this particular area is huge, because, and as it was raised earlier, the competitive landscape is much faster now, much stronger, and therefore of people's adversaries, and therefore the ability to adapt and develop new technologies at speed is really important. And that's why leveraging as much as you can from your infrastructure, leveraging what you can from what's common, is the way that people are now successful and move fast.
Thank you. And the ransomware attack on Colonial Pipeline here in the US very recently was an excellent reminder that threats and forms of aggression come in very different guises and can have. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then just to be really clear on that, Elizabeth, that's one of the reasons why moving to the cloud was the reason we took in UK governments do it all around the world now, because the security it gives you, and it helps your security posture so much more.
Excellent point to end on. And with that, our time is up. So thank you very much, Morgan. Thank you, James. Thank you, Liam. And thank you, Admiral Radkin. And my name again is Elizabeth Bro. And thank you all for joining us.
Thanks very much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much to the First Sea Lord, to Liam, to Morgan, to James, and of course to Elizabeth for such a fantastic panel with so many great insights. I'd like to also pause and just say another quick thank you to our platinum sponsors, AWS, Amazon Web Services, who played a really great role and a supportive role in bringing that panel together. Now, just a reminder of all the different options available to you in the platform you're currently in Hopin. Please do complete your profile, add a picture, add more information about yourself. It does help others to find you and network with you. You can also find others and network with them. Please do find the entrepreneurs, the service personnel, that you can have great debates in terms of the future of defence provision. That is what this forum is for. And do look out for the polls that will be coming throughout the day. We'd love to hear your thoughts as to some of the really key questions when it comes to defence, security and technology. And now for the next panel, it's time to pass over to our next moderator, which will be looking at how defence can embrace digital transformation. So with that, I'll hand over to Nabil Lodi, CEO of NVIDIA.
Thank you, Ed, and good morning. We heard a lot yesterday and this morning so far about digital transformation being such a massive part of defence disruption. And the aim of this panel is to talk about the overarching defence strategy and how that now must incorporate digital transformation. And we're hugely fortunate to have with us 4 great panelists from the UK, Sweden and NATO that will bring different perspectives from military, policy and also political oversight. So forgive the abbreviated introductions, but please welcome Right Honourable Tobias Ellwood MP, Chair of the UK Defence Committee, Dr. Benedetta Berti, Head of Policy Planning from the Office of Secretary General NATO, Angus Lapsley, Director General Strategy and International Security Policy and Operations from the UK Ministry of Defence, and Major General Thomas Nilsson, CIO of the Swedish Armed Forces. Good morning to you all. Morning. I want to dive straight into discussing how digital transformation can be prioritised within defence strategy. But I wonder if we can step back a little and also discuss why digital transformation is so important as part of strategy. Benedetta, can I come to you first because of the geopolitical background that drives defence strategy policies for all nations? Does digital transformation need to be prioritised as part of strategy?
Correct. Yes. Thank you, Nabil, for the question and also for framing the debate, and I think in a really excellent way, because before we go into the how should we prioritize our digital transformation, what we need to look at and reflect on why. And I think that's incredibly important. And to do so, we need to recognize the broader geopolitical context, and we need to recognize that the importance of preserving and strengthening our technological edge is becoming both more complex and more important. What I mean by that is, and I'm taking here a NATO perspective, but for the NATO alliance, if you look at what has been at the core of its ability to successfully deter and defend and provide security over 7 decades, well, that has relied upon maintaining a technological edge over our potential adversaries. Now, we are facing a world of growing geopolitical competition in which the race over technological dominance will accelerate and become, I think, even more competitive in the years to come. So this means that our technological edge will be challenged more deliberately, more assertively by potential adversaries. So in that sense, it becomes both more complex and more important to preserve a technological edge. And if you look at the future nature of warfare, I would say that we already know that technological dominance will be incredibly essential to battlefield superiority. So if we agree with that broader geopolitical framing, it becomes ensuring that our defense strategy is fully ready, fully digitalized, and fully driven by emerging technologies. This becomes not a technical or an operational question, but becomes a question of the highest strategic priority, because it will become part and parcel of our ability to contest and compete and ultimately affirm ourselves in a more competitive world. So that would be my opening pitch for why this should be a key question of policy relevance.
Absolutely, and in the UK, we've recently seen had the integrated review and the Defence Command Paper, which focus very heavily on digital transformation to modernise, in our case, the UK's armed forces. Tobias, can I come to you on your views of why you see this as important and how that fits with actual sort of troops on the ground?
Well, this is such an important question, as this balance between traditional, conventional capabilities, Army, Air Force, and Navy, versus this new domain of cyber resilience. And that was actually front and center in the command paper and the integrated review that you mentioned. And indeed, people like myself have argued that, in fact, the character of conflict has changed completely because of this. The whole advent of technology over the last couple of decades, we saw as the great leveler, the ability to communicate with people all the time across the world, do business, open up economies and so forth. But we're also now realizing how that transparency, that openness is actually allowing a new domain of conflict to open up. Our very honesty and transparency has actually allowed other adversaries to take advantage of that. It's a lot cheaper to interfere with our traffic light systems using a computer from afar than it is to actually blow things up or do things in a military kinetic way. And that then begs two big questions. First of all, how do we actually become more resilient to that, to defend ourselves? And then, of course, how can we then attack as well? Do we attack proportionately too? And something that we need to also consider is the rules and how they're affected by it as well. If you actually do a military engagement on another country, there are an international response. There will be, UN Security Council discussions and so forth. But you exert a massive cyber attack on another country, and you could deny it. How do you then go about holding a country, an individual, non-state actor to account? Big questions there as to how we move forward. And then, of course, there's the final point, which maybe Angus might be able to elaborate a bit further on, is how the military itself communicates with each other. Because, of course, technology itself gives greater opportunity for weapon systems, communications, and so forth to be able to have a digital capability. And if you're good at it, better than your adversary, you can then harness technology as a basis to actually, as a leverage, as an advantage over the person you're fighting.
Angus, you're obviously, your mind must be taxed with taking this and actually delivering a strategy to the UK MOD. How do you address, the ability to deliver it? How, and of course, moving into some of the risks as well.
Yeah, well, so I mean, as Tobias intimated, we put digital transformation at the heart of the integrated review and the defence command paper, and we did so partly, as Tobias said, because we recognise that competition in the cyber domain is becoming much more prevalent, but also because it just makes get the investment in this right, and you can make your conventional force much more effective, and it's partly about, for example, weapon systems which just come faster. It's partly about harnessing and making usable the enormous amount of data which modern weapon systems are able to collect. An F-35 is a very good example of this. Its ability to collect data is miles ahead of anything that's come for it. But it's also about making these things more effective and efficient. So, for example, it's about a frigate captain who has AI telling him or her when he or she is going to need to put the frigate into port for maintenance because there's something starting to wear in the system, and being much more effective and efficient about how you make this kind of decisions. And frankly, in the more competitive age that we are entering into or are already into, we are going to need that kind of edge in our conventional forces. So if there's one thing I would want to sort of land in this discussion, it isn't a choice between conventional and digital. We will not get the best out of our conventional forces unless we do invest in digital. And then how do you drive it forward? Well, I think here in the Ministry of Defence, we have, we've done the obvious things like putting our CIO, Charlie Forte, on the board of the MOD, on the ExCo. We regularly prioritise discussion about digital transformation as one of our core issues. We're actually putting the ExCo through a programme of learning about what digital transformation means. So getting people like me from a very non-digital generation to understand what's going on and why it matters. But then I think you're absolutely right. You've got to drive it down at every layer. And actually, I think what we're also trying to do is encourage a culture of innovation and experimentation lower down in the services, not least because the bright ideas are not going to come top from people like me. They're going to come from practitioners, whether they're driving a plane or a ship or a tank, who are starting to understand what potential there is if they can access data and use it and bring it to bear effectively.
Great, thank you. And General Thomas, you very much are in. Angus was talking about where to position and how to position the CIO to drive that. You very much are in the hot seat in the Swedish Armed Forces. Very much close to the Chief Defence Staff and sitting at the heart of shaping the future. Can you give us sort of your perspective from how you are taking your role forward to delivering digital transformation?
Yeah, I will be glad to share some of my views. And as you said, Nabil, my position is, and that's of course with purpose, I'm close to the Chief of Defence. I'm in the Defence Staff reporting to my boss, the Chief of Defence Staff. So that's a strategic move to have what was mentioned before. I think that's a must to have this focus from management, a higher level of management. What we are now trying to do is like everybody else, but from a perspective from the armed forces, we have a new defense bill starting in the beginning of this year, covering the upcoming 5 years. That was, of course, done after a long of white book and all of a normal procedure. But the focus on digital transformation is quite high in this defense bill. So now in the armed forces, we are trying to make something happen on this. So what I would like to emphasize is I think it's a lot about culture and mindset, and I did pick up what that was a subject for discussion earlier on the conference, and I would fully agree this is very important, because I think you have to have a distinction between, we are talking about transformation, we are not talking about optimizing some of our capabilities, technology, because we are looking for what could we do with some of the game-changing factors who are actually on the table. And normally when I talk to my colleagues, since I have an Air Force background, I do some comparison when we brought up and start using the air domain. I heard it was talked about the cyber domain. I think there's a lot of parallel because that was also a game changer. So we are now emphasizing, we have a Chief of Defense strategic guidance for the coming 5 to 10 years, and we're trying to live this transformation. We are emphasizing it's not about technology, it's how we operate. So I have a close contacts, and with my operational background, I'm trying to talk that language with the operational commanders, because it's so important that you are starting from how you operate and how could you support your operational needs, and then we try to do it. As mentioned, leadership is key. I think what we are talking about is data-driven operations. A lot of armed forces around in the world are doing the same. I think it will take some courage and determination to actually pull it through and actually talk about not only optimizing. We are also acknowledging that the armed forces will not be in the lead of the technological development, but we must have a capability to follow and adapt. And I think, but there is a very important factor you have to bring into the equation is we are following, we are adapting, but we have some very special needs that we have to look out for and make sure it happens. And I would say it's our security demands, it's our need for robustness, because we're not only talking about peacetime situation, we're talking wartime situation and the capability to work in that environment. And we would like to have access and control of our information. So cloud strategy and all of that will have to make you think about how you use all the possibility. So that's a couple of examples how we try to approach this transformation.
So it sounds like, from everybody's view, when you talk about the opportunities for digital transformation, actually, we've got to maintain a technological edge because other actors are already there. So, Benedetta, if I can come, you're able to take an aggregated view from NATO across all allies of trying to maintain that edge. Are you able to sort of bring allies together on this subject to find trends? How do you find the key areas that need focus?
Thank you. I think that's a really good question and a central one, because I think something that it's very important to emphasize in the conversation is that when it comes to NATO and when it comes to really any defense alliance, one of the essential elements for allies to be able to work together is for them to be interoperable. And that's, of course, has been one of the key priorities for NATO throughout its existence. One of its functions has been through exercises, through joint training, through joint development, through defense planning, to ensure that interoperability so we can work together. Now, in a world of exponential technological changes, ensuring interoperability will become, I think, increasingly more complex and increasingly more important. So your question, how do we make sure that we have these conversations together, that we all collectively discuss about what technology should we adapt and adopt first, and how do we do that in a way that ensures that we remain compatible and able to work together? That's very much one of the key, debates that we're having at the moment at NATO. I think there's much progress that has already been done over the last year. NATO allies have developed a strategy on the emerging and disruptive technologies, really doing the work that you mentioned, talking together about what do we need to adapt, what do we need to adopt first, and this is a pretty broad strategy. It looks at key technologies from data to artificial intelligence to autonomy, hypersonic systems, quantum technologies, biotechnologies, and human enhancement. So it's a pretty broad strategy. There's also work ongoing to drive forward greater coherence when it comes to our respective data policies and our respective data sharing system, which is of course also just as important. So these are all efforts that we are undertaking with the idea of ensuring interoperability and creating that greater transatlantic cooperation and convergence when it comes to adapting and adopting emerging and disruptive technologies. If I may just add one point, just as important, we're also pursuing efforts to have a greater engagement and really greater partnership with the civilian sector, and that's something that hasn't come up yet. So I just wanted to throw it to the mix, because I think when we think about, especially in the digital field, where will the new technologies that will revolutionize our defense come from? I'm going to guess that they're going to come more and more from the civilian sector, more and more from startups, more and more from the tech sector. And one of the really important, I think, priorities for our defense sectors, if we want to be truly digital and cutting edge, is to better harness that civilian innovation and to build much stronger bridges with the civilian sector, given that today they are driving most of the innovation, and we are adopting it and adapting it more than developing it as governments, but also as the traditional defense industry. And I'll stop here.
No, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's great to bring that civilian element into it, because I think that changes how traditionally defense has delivered innovation. And that's some of the themes that have come from, is actually bringing it from outside in, as General Thomas said. But there are some specific and unique things about defense, so it can't all just be COPS. It's got to be COPS with some customization, but it still must be attractive to private sector to generate investment. Tobias, how do you see the relationship changing traditionally between the defense industry, where you've got a number of corporates who do have some incredible innovation that they've grown from within? How do you see it changing with, we are at a defense disrupted conference. How do you see it changing with the defense sector, and how do we encourage more new entrants that can benefit defense?
Well, I think Benedetta just, highlighted something that's so important. There needs to be clarity from defense as to where we want to go. That'll give confidence to the SMEs to explore areas that will be appreciated. Otherwise, you're simply producing things that possibly might be purchased off the shelf. The Chief of Defense Staff, Nick Carter, made it very, very clear his new integrated operating concept, which Angus touched on, this ability for the Type 23 frigate to be able to talk to the F-35, to be able to link in with the platoon commander that is on the ground, this digital spine that links together all the capabilities, and then being able to explain that to the industry, is to say, this is where we want to go, this is how you would fit in, this is the part of the jigsaw that we would like you to explore. Importantly, in ways that perhaps the recipient, the armed forces, wouldn't have even appreciated it or understood, but then can then take advantage of when they actually see it. I visited down Bovington, the commandos, and their grasp of utilizing UAVs and so forth, their digital capability of understanding a theater of operations, using drones and all sorts of automated platforms. Many of these things have yet to be approved. They've yet to be given the green light to say the Royal Marines can actually have them in their quartermaster stores. But it's so important that you provide clarity as to where you want to go. I would add one concern with this entire conversation. It goes back to, I think you're reminding us of what the subject of this entire conference is all about, defense disrupted, is the fact that, and I know this from my own experience in the armed forces, there's a saying that no plan survives the start line. So from a military perspective, you have a plan to attack a hill, and very rarely does that plan actually go as originally planned. You bump into things which actually disrupt what you want to do. And the fact that we're now exploiting and harnessing and taking advantage of the electromagnetic spectrum in a way we've not seen before offers more opportunity for things to go wrong. And we've yet to be tested against a peer-on-peer adversary in the digital age. My concern is that if we are going to go head-to-head, that you would not see the first engagements taking place on the ground, but actually in the satellite domain, in space itself, removing our digital capability, removing our eyes and ears in that sphere. So much as we're talking about all this, and it's very exciting and so forth, I hope that any captain of any ship still has that sextant in his hand, that the platoon commander has a compass in his or her hand as well, because it all could suddenly disappear because you are jammed out of existence, or simply, your ability to communicate using wireless is removed.
I think you may have sent a shiver of nerves down the spine of every Royal Navy navigator at the moment to ensure that sextant might need to be at hand. But going back to describing your visit to and see how drones are being operated, you can buy them off the shelf. And Angus, you talked about you're seeing innovation coming from the shop floor. The military have always been very good at innovating. We heard yesterday about innovation cross defence, and Claire Cameron talked about how the MOD is learning. Is there a need to join up innovation across the defence enterprise? And I just think about how many other units are also experimenting with drones. So how do we collaborate across the MOD enterprise, let alone collaborate with international allies?
Yeah, so I think this is a really key area at the moment. So all three of the services now have transformation and innovation programs. All three of them made I think a really conscious effort in the integrated review to set aside a bigger chunk of their budgets deliberately to try and promote and incubate innovation. But in MOD head office, we do have a role, as you suggest, in trying to keep that a little bit coherent. And we have a Defence Innovation Directorate now, which is working on precisely this set of questions, and has some sort of central funds which people can bid against in order to sort of create joined up programs. But I think the international dimension is quite an important one, because I think quite a few things will be disrupted. So if you look at the traditional way in which we put together international capability cooperation programs, they tend to take a long time. There's a lot of negotiation about work share and objectives, and you slowly work your way around to something. And every country wants exactly out of the program what they put into it. And that kind of careful model, which of course is partly designed to withstand the scrutiny of committees like Tobias's, which want to know exactly where taxpayers' money's gone and things like that. I'm not sure that will necessarily work in an era when digitalization is driving change in the industry much faster than that. So if you take an example, we're working with Italy and Sweden on our future combat air system at the moment. And you've got BAE Systems, Saab, and Leonardo. Saab is not the biggest of those three companies, but its record of developing aircraft design digitally, long before you get to the stage of actually building something, is absolutely fundamental to this program. And so a relatively small player in a program has a disproportionate impact because it gets something in the digital space. I think you've also got to work the ability to fail into these programs. Digital, like anything, you're going to have to experiment and you're going to have to see if things work. And I think we, as defence ministries and those politicians who oversee us, will need to understand that there needs to be a space for a bit of innovation, and that will sometimes create failure before you get to the right answer. That won't be a bad thing. That will probably be quite a good thing. So I think there's quite a few culture changes. There's also a culture change that needs to happen about how we value our people. Traditionally, you get promoted in the army by commanding an infantry battalion. You get promoted in the navy by commanding a frigate, or in the RAF by commanding a squadron. It may well be that we will need very senior people in the services in future years who've come up in a digital development track. That's what they're good at. That's what they understand, and that'll be a different skill set to your, traditional general or admiral. So I think there's a lot of disruption to come, and I think the international cooperation piece will be particularly challenging.
And you talked about the Swedish a nice a move to General Thomas in terms of innovation between Swedish industry and the Swedish MOD. General Thomas, you've got quite a unique relationship there. Could you talk a little bit about how and why that's part of perhaps the Swedish culture of innovation that international allies can learn from?
Well, I think Saab was mentioned, and I think that's a company who normally come up early in the discussion. But to fill in, I think this is a result, and how Saab is now working with our future combat aircraft, for example, that was mentioned, is coming out of a long tradition and history, as you said. I will make it as short as possible, of course, but this goes back to the Cold War era and our position. So we had a strategic decision to have a strong national defense industry. That was changed after the fall of the wall. So we went, and some of them are not now fully owned by Swedish interest, but a lot of them are still working and have a main operation in Sweden. You could add to Saab, you could add Kockum's submarines, you could add Bofors, Hägglunds, Ericsson, for example, talking about 5G and telecommunication. So we have this strong tradition with some kind of triple helix. So this also is you could apply to what we have now, because I think a big change is this is coming from a tradition where we have more traditional defense equipment. We're talking about platform systems. We are talking about technology that is driven more on the civilian side. So what we have to bring all of these good things and what we learned about this way to work into a new setting. So we with all respect, not all of those companies mentioned will be in the edge of working. They will be working a digital transformation in their own way, but if you look on IT products, you're talking C4 systems, there will also be other companies. So we have to bring this way, try to bring it in. So I think an important thing, because one element in this long tradition is research and development, where we have put in government money and strategic decision what we should spend our research and development. We are not trying to pick up that ambition, but also go on other areas. That means we are, for example, since I'm in my portfolio, I'm also responsible for the Swedish Armed Forces cyber defense. So looking at building up our cyber defense, we are spending a lot on trying to reach out to small industry, research facilities, and academia. For example, we have a great cooperation both on research and education with one of the main university on the technological side in Sweden, and that's fantastic. So I think we need to do all of that, because this goes back to we had to bring in our operational needs and our specific needs and demands quite early in the process when you talk about innovation, research and development. So I think it's important to bring, because we can't be coming when the products and systems are finalized. We have to be quite early in the process.
I think I'm glad you raised research and development, because that has got to be at the heart of where we go in the future. And as Angus also says, that pace of change of technological advancement is just growing at a massive pace, and there are bound to be differences in growth between various international allies. Can I ask the whole panel and Benedetta, I wonder if you want to sort of start with that, of how do you balance the rates of digital growth and transformation between different international allies across and bring that in with interoperability?
Well, that's exactly why this is a really important issue, and one where I think that key to preserving our interoperability looking into the future is really to strengthen and foster joint research, joint cooperation, more on the transatlantic level. And from my point of view, where we should be headed is really a ecosystem, a transatlantic innovation ecosystem for our allies, where we can bring in those civilian innovators that have been referred to throughout the panels, where we can link with academia, where we can share best practices among allies, so that those that are still in an earlier stage of their digital transformation can learn and be fast tracked by following suit of those allies who are in a more advanced stage. So there is a really, really big importance of sharing best practices, cooperating, encouraging more research. Of course, the transatlantic integration of our defense industry is, in my opinion, an asset in this particular context, and that's something to be preserved. That we have to continue from a NATO perspective to have all our allies being able, and their defense industry, to be able to cooperate and work together if we want to preserve that interoperability. But it is a fundamental question, and it's not just about technological research and cooperation. It is also about going back to the issue of culture. It is also about training and making sure that our senior leadership and our decision makers are fully aware of the risks and opportunities related to digital transformation, and understand that preserving interoperability and preserving a technological edge are, at the end of the day, what should be one of our driving strategic priorities when we look at the future of our defense as a transatlantic alliance. So, and I'll stop there in the interest of time.
Would anyone else like to come in onto that? How do we maintain and actually take interoperability further? Tobias?
I think we're at a real juncture here, because, Clausewitz spoke about politics, war being the extension of politics. I'm afraid politics is now the extension of war. The battlefield is now so much more complex, away from the standard green, military, political competition, intellectual property theft, sabotage, disinformation campaigns, election interference as well, nudging public opinion through social media. This is all brought about because of the digital sphere. So there are big questions for states, for ministries of defense, and for NATO as to what we are expected to do in this arena, and then wider society is expected to do as well. This is an important juncture, and it's a cultural debate that we need to have.
Angus, over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, just 3 points. I think, firstly, I think the NATO alliance has got to think quite hard about whether we inadvertently sort of allow a kind of two-tier alliance to emerge, because some countries have invested in digitalization of their forces and some haven't. I think that would be a risk. Although I think you can be more positive about it and say that in some ways digitalization makes some capabilities much more accessible to a wider range of countries. A good example would be space, where digitalization is dramatically reducing the size of satellites, which means that far more countries, will have the ability to put satellites in space and to operate them. Now, that applies to our adversaries too, it has to be said. But anyway, look at whether it drives a two-tier alliance. Secondly, bringing on what Benedetta said, I think it's really important that we as Europeans demonstrate that we are fully committed to the security of our digital sector in Europe, including, frankly, keeping unwelcome investment out of it. Where that is, that becomes a real problem, I think, in some sectors. And I think building confidence across the Atlantic that both the US and Europe are sufficiently protected against unwelcome investment. And lastly, I do think the NATO and the EU will need to work together here. So the EU sets most of the digital tech standards for most of Europe, not for Britain, obviously. But it's really important that process of standard setting in Europe understands where NATO is coming from on a security, from the security perspective, and they work together, which is not always a very easy thing to achieve at the moment.
Great. We've got 90 seconds left, so if I could just go very quickly round the group in a single sentence as we sort of close off defense strategy and digital. what is the most important thing for strategy to be successful in delivering a digital transformation? General Thomas, if I can start with you.
I will use a few seconds just to subscribe to the idea of interoperability, and I will also throw into the discussion. It's not only about between nation and armed forces. In Sweden, we have a lot of focus on total defense, so it's also about other actors, and it goes to the technological development. I would argue that you always have to say the transformation is not about technology. It's much more about process. So it's culture, leadership, courage, and keeping your eye on the ball.
Great. I think you've covered it nicely. Between interoperability, cultural courage, and leadership, is there anybody else who wants to jump in with anything else before we close off?
I'd just say don't forget your conventional capabilities, because we are so much more vulnerable than ever before by state and non-state actors. Let's not forget how we used to do things.
Great way to end.
And I just say it's not heavy metal versus tech. It's both. We need both, which I think is the same point that Tobias is making.
Great. Tobias, Benedetta, Angus, General Thomas, thank you very much for your time. What a great panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Nabil, and all of our expert panelists. Wow, what a treat to be able to sit in on that kind of conversation, which we would so rarely get the chance to. Before we move on to our next panel, just a quick reminder to put your questions in the chat. We want to ask the questions that you want answered, so please do use the chat box, to put any questions that you would like to put to the panelists. Our next session will be taking a deep dive into the world of AI in defense. How close are we to the autonomous war? Please join me in welcoming Tabitha Goldstubb, Chair of the UK Government's AI Council, who will be moderating the next session. Over to you, Tabitha.
Hello, good morning. What an important time to be talking about how defence is being disrupted. I'm Tabitha Goldstubb, co-founder of CogX and chair of the government's AI Council. I'm thrilled that you are here with us to discuss how close we are to autonomous war. As you will all have already pored over the integrated review on security, defence and development and foreign policy, I don't need to tell you that the government's vision is to invest in our status as a science superpower. And in this paper, it commits to a defence AI strategy and a new centre alongside the National AI Strategy. So I'm personally really looking forward to learning from our guests, Peter Gunrod, Professor of Mathematics at the University of Oxford, Mary Haig, Chief Information Officer and Security Officer at BAE Systems, Sebastian Klaus, member of the Management Board, Cyber Innovation Hub die Bundesliga in Germany. And honestly, what they just said before about it not just being about hardware or technology is exactly where we should discuss. We'll start by coming to each of the panelists and hear a little about their work and how they're using AI in defence, and then talk about the risks and rewards of the current and future developments in the sector. There are 10 minutes for me to address your questions to the group, so please do start asking now, and I will get to that at about 11:50. So let's get started. Mary, tell us about how you're using AI at BAE Systems.
Yeah, hello, Tabitha, thank you. So I'm the Chief Information Security Officer at BAE, and one of the key tenets of my strategy in there is that enabling the digital transformation. And of course, artificial intelligence is absolutely core to that digital transformation piece. And we have to make sure that both internally, how we use it, and externally, how we use it within our products and services, that we can trust it, that the transformation can take place at pace, at speed, but also maintain a strong cybersecurity around it. And what that really boils down to is that we can trust the systems, that they're resilient to attempts to stop it, or resilient to attempts to confuse or misdirect your decision making based on it. So from a personal perspective, I look at it from a how do I make sure that it's got strong security around it. You know, BAE overall obviously uses AI in a number of different places. So I actually use it within my cybersecurity function to do good cybersecurity and massive amounts of data coming in. It's a classic place where we've been using it to help human decision making for quite a long time. we also use it within our financial services business. So we're looking through financial data and looking for signs of criminal activity going on. Again, a classic example of huge big data sets and helping decision making with humans. And then we're also using it and developing it back within our platforms, our military platforms. So things like predictive maintenance, again, helping human battle space awareness and decision making that sits within this platform. So it's kind of right across business, and deliberately so, and used internally as well, because you have to kind of shift the culture of an organization to understand it and use it. And that means not just kind of selling stuff with it in, but actually feeling it and using it yourself within the organization.
Yeah. Well, we're definitely going to get to that. Before we do, Peter, tell us some of the projects you're working on.
Hi there, my name's Pete Grindrod, and I'm interested in both the technical aspects of these questions and also the sort of cultural and strategic aspects of these questions. So let me give you an example. There's a mindset which says we'll procure, we'll develop, we'll show things satisfy the required specifications, and then we'll adopt. And that maybe works well if you're buying a coat or boots, but it doesn't work so well in AI, where things are very, very fast moving. So unlike other areas of science and tech, in AI, as we all know, we can have a good idea today, and maybe within months it can be deployed. And that tempo means there's added stress and added tension on people who are involved. And so I'll give you an example of one project I'm involved with at the moment, which was where I'd sort of suggested that there were risks in adopting AI very, very quickly, or in having limited specifications and then taking a solution which ticked all the boxes. Because what you're doing is you're saying, does it work as far as the specifications go? Tick, 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 tick. Yes, it does. Let's move on. But the much better question is to say, let's show that it works. And before we move on, let's ask, how will it fail? And it will usually fail in AI terms, because if it was deployed in a field, we would see things which were irrelevant to the task in hand as humans. They're obviously irrelevant, so we don't really fold them in and we focus on the task at hand. But we don't know what an AI algorithm is looking at, really. And so because of the limitations of calibration training, I think we have to be extra sure. And I'm very keen that we start instituting a process between the allies, actually, where we all understand that there's a question called, when will this fail? And when we find out how it fails, under what circumstances the AI may fail, we can send some caveats to the operations so that we don't lose confidence, we don't lose trust amongst operators, bad things don't happen. And we can also pass these more refined scenarios back to the development team as challenges for the future development. This is critical because more and more AI is going to come forward with the pace that I mentioned, and more companies are involved in this. And I think we have to create a sort of common vocabulary and common practice that can be shared across the whole industry, rather than have, a few players who are very, very good, maybe, British Aerospace Systems, very, very good, and other players are very, very different, and we can't compare apples with oranges. So I think we need to develop a common vocabulary and professionalize the whole development and adoption chain. Coming back upstream, there's also the question of, are we visionary enough? So I'll leave that there.
Going to come to that. Definitely going to come to that. Sebastian, tell me a little bit more about the work at Cyber Innovation Hub.
Yeah, surely. So the Cyber Innovation Hub is the digital innovation unit of the Bundeswehr. Meaning it was. Oh, again? Oh, yeah, I'm going to refresh. Okay, is this better now?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So the Cyber Innovation Hub is the digital innovation unit of the Bundeswehr, meaning that in 2017, we noticed, or we came to the conclusion that most of the innovation relevant for the military today is not actually coming from within the military sector, but rather from the civilian sector. And the pace that this innovation is going on, we as military, or we as the Bundeswehr specifically, need to catch on to this track, get in front of the wave rather than being behind it. And for this purpose, the Cyber Innovation Hub was founded with the goal to interact with startups, leverage startup solutions, for military purposes and identifying so-called dual-use applications, meaning products, services that have already shown progress within the civilian world, and seeing how can they benefit, or how can we as a Bundeswehr benefit from these solutions. So that's basically what we do within the Cyber Innovation Hub. We perform so-called innovation projects with certain members of the Bundeswehr from all grades, basically, and try to identify those products that can help us move on. And artificial intelligence as one of the aspects within the innovation right now certainly fits the description. So AI is a key part in many of our innovation projects.
Great.
So, Sebastian, what's the balance between projects that you take forward which are push, where somebody's got something from technology and is pushing them towards you, or the balance where you've got a requirement or a customer and there's pull?
Good question.
That's an excellent question, actually. So this kind of shifted from the beginning. So in 2017, most of the ideas we actually pushed into the Bundeswehr, meaning we had all these great ideas coming from the civilian world. You guys could actually use this to get better. By now, also that we get more recognized within the Bundeswehr itself, there are more pull requests coming in. So there are commanders within the Bundeswehr that identify certain areas that are not perfect yet, to describe it like that, and they see solutions themselves that they think that could fit their problem. We then go in and refine that problem, because most of the times people don't actually see the full problem itself, but just like a small part of it, and we try to refine that and then find startup solutions to fit that. So I guess from like an 80-20 percentage in the beginning, we moved on to be more on the draw or on the pull side of it, with probably 60-40 or 70-30 right now.
Interesting. I think that brings us nicely on to thinking about, like, what are the actual rewards of doing this? So not just tech for tech's sake, but the benefits. Mary, talk to us a little bit about how you see the opportunity.
So at a really high level, I think artificial intelligence will help us drive that pace of warfare. One of the key pieces is people being able to make the right decisions really fast. And if you can do that, then the humans enable us to use the physical force and the information dominance much more. So having that use of AI to make human decision making better, quicker, more efficient will really change the pace of it, and that then starts to give you decisive advantage. And that kind of brings you to you've got to think about this technology, about the automation aspect to it, as not being a machine thing on its own. It's that marriage between human and machine. So how do you get that marriage of the two working really, really well together? And you can take a lot of the aspects of, when you look at how a good team works, are actually you could apply to the thinking of how AI interacts with human. And a lot of it's about trust. How do I trust the system and how I use it? And believe that it's feeding me high quality information and the right information, and what do I use it for and what do I not use it for. So some of our research has looked at, and I'm going to call it, rather than autonomous, I'm going to call it crewed and uncrewed, because you can use autonomy both in a crewed system and in an uncrewed system. It's there in both.
Good way of thinking about it.
Yeah, in an uncrewed system, we're looking at some autonomous boats, and those are really used for reconnaissance, pursuit and protection kind of activities, which help crewed boats avoid some of the more dangerous situations. Another classic example is kind of searching for mines and things like that. Again, you're using an uncrewed system with some AI on it to do some things that you don't really want humans to get involved with, because it's so dangerous in terms of sussing out what you've got. What's interesting, and I think this goes back to Peter's point about having the confidence to almost play around a little bit and not be setting your requirements. People are inherently really innovative. And so what we found is, when we've given them a capability, they found more ways to use it than would ever have been predicted. and used it in slightly different ways. And that's a super positive thing. That's great.
Mm.
You want to get to the position where people are playing with these different types of technologies and exploring where we want to take it next, what works, what doesn't work, rather than it being here's the black box I'm going to put in, that's it, it's left.
Yeah. Sebastian, it looks like you... I'm sorry, it looked like you agreed with that, Sebastian. Have you got any good examples of where you've seen that happen?
Well, actually, before I came to the Cyber Innovation Hub, I did some research on unmanned aerial vehicles. And I think the autonomy and the crewed, uncrewed questions certainly also play a huge impact there, or were mainly stuck there in the beginning. And the question certainly is, if I have a system that makes a lot of decisions on its own, rather within a preset goal, or actually a system that sets its own goals, the question is, how do I get back from there if some sort of failure occurs? So if I have a UAV and it's set to do N things, and this N+1 case comes into effect, then the system doesn't know how to handle it anymore, and I might need a human to interact with it. But if the human doesn't have enough information because he wasn't involved in the situation before, or it's too complicated for him to actually interact with it anymore, he doesn't actually have that capability to make that decision there, or to control the system in that instance. And that's certainly a problem. So the key question is, if I have I would call a highly automated system. If I have this highly automated system, how can I make sure that in a case of emergency, in case of failure, there's actually an operator in the loop, a human in the loop that can actually interact with it and solve that solution. But that certainly stems also from from this team perspective that Mary just told there. So if you have a commander, you have a human working for him, the key question is, how much information does this commander need about that person's job, or about what he's actually doing to observe and correct if something goes wrong? That's certainly comparable to that technical solution.
I'm going to ask you to do your headphones while we ask Peter what his thoughts are around the risks that we're seeing today from the description that Sebastian was just sharing.
Well, I think there are a number of exciting opportunities in this, as well as risks. So I think at a strategic level, we do have to get our appetite for risk up a little bit. There's a tendency in many sectors, and defence and security are good examples, where it's urgent, it's tensioned, money's tight, and so implementation programs can often be de-risked by becoming all about low-hanging fruit, and we lose this upside that Mary talked about. People are inherently creative with technology, and we mustn't sort of iron that out or rule that out before we have the chance. When we're faced with new technologies, there are all sorts of ways to use them, and we have to balance really the upside of taking risks with the downside of taking no risks. So, for example, it could well be that we develop lots of systems in the future which are fairly ordinary, and the UK is the expert in nothing. And that would be a disaster for the UK. And that would say that we hadn't built a bridge between the people doing the sort of upstream R&D, low TRL levels, and the downstream people thinking, how best can this be deployed or put in the hands of users, or interfaced with human or different environments. So I think there's a sort of risk appetite question that has to be addressed. And it was my view last year, and I've still got the same view, that in general, we have a portfolio of implementation projects, and we'll get more with the integrated review and the increased funding for AI. And it would be a real pity if we spend all that money on low risk, low hanging fruit, me too kind of thing. We need to become the experts in something. And actually AI being so fast moving and having a big research base is quite a good area for the UK to get out its credentials.
I couldn't agree more with you, but I'm obviously biased. Sebastian, how have you been making that decision in Germany?
Well, I think we're not that big of risk takers ourselves either. So basically the question is, how do we or our goal is to actually poke the decision makers to get in the right direction. So basically, a quote that perfectly fits what Pete just said there is from Mark Zuckerberg, meaning the riskiest thing is to take no risks. Meaning basically, if you take no risk right now, you're just shifting the risk to somebody else or some other area. So if you're not risking to lose money or spend hours or some time developing new capabilities, you're probably going to be riskier in the future. And in Germany, we have the same problem also, that we are great in identifying problems or great in identifying challenges, but we're not great in implementing solutions. And that's something we certainly need to get better at, to take the risk of maybe failing in an attempt for a new solution to then find an even better one in the future. That's something that we strive for in the Cyber Innovation Hub, certainly, but that's not something that the German military is that great at right now. It's kind of, we're trying to shift that.
It's interesting.
Well, just coming back to your point about dual risk, though, that's a good way around that a little bit, because of course you're then sharing the risk between the defence sectors and the civilian sectors. So I think that sort of model where you're sort of looking at dual use is very, very attractive, because you can become stakeholders in new technologies or new forms of AI without having to carry the entire burden. And I think, that's a model which allows you to take more risks, but, leverage benefits that somebody else has already paid for.
So, Mary, how do you see risk in this space?
I think from our point of view, when we look at it, what we find is that the intent, the picture of where the people within the forces want to go, the effect they want to create is with varying degrees pretty clear. What you happen when it moves into procurement is that they tend to try to nail it down to such a degree, and as a few people have said, this technology moves so fast, and almost by definition, you can talk about outcomes, but not quite necessarily what's in the middle there. So trying to nail down requirements in the way that we have in previously with big bits of tin, with a big, a big bit of metal, it doesn't really work. And they're trying to do that to de-risk it, to say, well, I want this supplier. I'm going to make it really clear what it is so I get the right thing. But actually you end up with a bit of a reverse effect, that you've not got the flexibility anymore to deliver the outcome, because now I'm tied to some old technology or some old thinking, because it takes a while to come through to service. So there's something around the effect I'm trying to create and how you articulate that in a contract, and how you work with a supplier to do it, that just needs a bit of work, because I think unintended risk is coming in there actually.
Yeah, and it's a contract, but it's also people, isn't it, Peter? What are the attributes we need in the people in order to be able to make that leap?
Yeah, that's interesting, because, of course, most companies in large companies in other sectors accept the fact that standing still is going backwards, and they will be disrupted. The game will change at some point. That's the nature of unknown unknowns. The only thing we know about them is that they're out there, and they will occur. And I think we have to have people who have an entrepreneurial mindset and have a venture mindset, and can see that we should, attempt things and maybe fail fast, and have that ability. We'd learn far more with a few failures than we will with a lot of ordinary successes. And I think this is a mindset that is perhaps missing a bit at the moment. I'll give you an example where, for about a decade, the military in the UK kind of used a sort of customer vocabulary. They sort of say, you've got to have, the RAF, the Navy, the Army, or Joint Forces is your customers, and there are lines of delivery or threads or whatever they were called, and things like this. And to a certain extent, they still do that with DASA, which is supposed to be the interface between small companies, the type that Sebastian's talked about, and to obtain military funding for early stage. But actually, you can't really move with DASA without engaging with a potential customer. Well, customers tend to dream of incremental improvements within the current paradigm. They don't dream of a new paradigm. They just want things to be more efficient, more effective, more lethal, more excellent, whatever they are. But I mean, so often customers don't dream of a new paradigm. The cavalry never asked for tanks. They wanted faster horses. That's what they wanted. But when they saw tanks, they took that. And I think we're seeing this a little bit where playing it safe has resulted in everything must be tied to a potential customer. But if we invent some new mathematics tomorrow, we don't know where it's going to go.
Yeah.
And if we can get it out of TRLs 1 to 3 and into some prototypes and things like that, then people with an eye to implementations. So I think we need all sorts of people, and we need a broader set of views. And just having horizon scanning done by committee isn't the way forward. They're sort of filling up PowerPoint to no end.
Yeah, I have quite high hopes for potentially ARIA solving at least some of your challenges you just put out there, but maybe that's for another panel. We've got a few more minutes before we get to questions, and I would love to jump forward 10 to even 50 years, which I know is an incredibly difficult thing to do in any space, but in this space, I'm sure even more so. But Sebastian, how do you personally, but also in the Cyber Innovation Hub, think about the longer term risks and rewards?
Right. So on long term, I think the change that Peter just mentioned there, so in the people's mindset is actually gonna have taken place, because otherwise we wouldn't be there anymore looking ahead 20 years. So we need that mind change, that we're in a constantly changing environment, and that we as a military or as a defense sector have to move on to actually have the right to exist. Taking into account the people in that perspective, I think we have the advantage that within the defense sector or within the military, we have highly purpose-led people, and we have an actual purpose as a defense that some companies can't give to their employees. So we're not reaching for better balances, but to actually defend our home country. So that's something that we have as a purpose that we're not leveraging on right now. I hope that in the future we will have understood that that is a huge thing that we can give to our employees or to our military members right there. And I think that in the future we have to change the procurement as to look at systems as what they can be rather than what they are right now. Meaning that we have to look at capabilities, not at technical specifications that we have on paper right now, and that we have to take into account that the development of systems is gonna increase even further moving ahead. Meaning if we look at something that we are looking at in Germany right now, so the future combat aircraft system, something that we will have in 2040 plus, that aircraft systems, there's nobody on Earth right now that can define what the perfect aircraft will look like in 20 plus years. But we're trying to do that right now because that's how our procurement works. And I hope in the future, so in 20 plus years, we'll have understood that we can't take that route anymore, but we rather have to look at capabilities that we need and take the development into account.
Yeah, well, I mean, that chimes very well with exactly what Peter and Mary have already said. But Mary, is there any other, in addition to that, leap of faith that needs to be made, are there ethical considerations that you're planning for today for the next 40, 50 years?
So I think it goes back to if you break down the tasks you're actually doing, the outcomes you're trying to do, and the decisions you've got to make, and the information you need, and you almost have a way of thinking about those in terms of what's the impact of the decision I'm going to make. And if that impact is potential loss of life, then from a legal point of view, we're not comfortable at the moment giving that to an artificial intelligence thing to run. So that's fairly clear cut. But there's a load of other examples that I could give you which maybe wouldn't be so clear cut, and they'd be in that kind of grey space. And we need to play some of those out, and they will evolve through time. But it will place requirements on things like explainable AI and how you do get people comfortable. And I keep using that word play, but people playing with these types of technologies is how you build the trust and the understanding. It's not by me reading some spec somewhere. It's literally by using it and trying it and seeing what works and what doesn't work in a safe place, in somehow in a safe environment. So it's doing a little bit more of that and just breaking it down more and almost treating it like a team member. I've got AI and I've got these set of people with different skill sets. How am I going to use it and how am I going to play it together so that overall this is effective as it can be? And as we grow our trust in AI, we may shift it to take more critical decisions than we did before, and that, you know, that's great. But we need to. It's not a sudden thing that will happen. It will be a journey.
Yeah, I can see that. I think it's a good word, good use of the word. Peter, you mentioned earlier, you've spoken a lot about like the vision we need. What's the vision, and but also, to be unfair, to what are the barriers to us getting to that vision?
Well, the barriers are principally sort of people playing it safe and becoming sort of naysayers. Let me give you an example of something that would be really radical. I've got a computer in front of me. It runs on binaries, a couple of Intel chips in there, I expect, and it's very, very good at doing arithmetic and logic. So it runs spreadsheets, do computations, and these sorts of computing platforms have been used for machine learning, deep learning, which are emulating people. They're not making decisions in the same way that people make. We've got a kilogram of wetware in here, and I can do all this. This is great. I'm doing all this. Now, what I think we'll see in the future is quite a radical move towards systems which are neuromorphic, and they can see everything a soldier sees, or see everything somebody sees in the field, and they'll make decisions with incomplete information. They won't need massive calibration. They'll have a thinking fast, thinking slow element where they recognise that, you know, they're unspecified, don't have a good feeling about this. It can make a decision very, very quickly with virtually little information. It would be a bit like my mum. And that would sit on my shoulder alongside of, you know, a traditional computational load, which is doing, I don't know, facial recognition and all this sort of stuff that the binary issues can do. And we need to get going with that, because that will be transformative. It will effectively put a second mind, two heads are better than one, next to everybody who's in a critical position, whether through information or cognitive dissonance or through sheer physical threat and the rest of that. And that would be transformational. And I'm working with companies who are beginning to think this is so, and we can see why errors have been made in the past. Some of them are quite rookie errors, which have sort of held that back. But that would be truly transformative. We won't do that without some, you know, great companies, you know, quite large existing companies taking a breath and moving. But also the defence and security sectors, you know, having the courage to say, you know, this is where we need to go. Everything will eventually become, we won't talk about conventional military, we'll talk about conventional AI. And we need to find some unconventional AI, and that's where it's going in the next 2 decades, I promise you.
Yeah.
And I think to deliver that, so we need that really diverse team, because you need those people who are just thinking a little bit differently and pushing it in different directions and making sure that the AI itself is not flawed, because we've got you know, a narrow view of how things work going into it. I mean, there's classic examples of AI being very poor in its decision making because of the learning data sets being lack of diversity going into those.
A diverse team, and also I imagine we need regulation to remain agile and stay up to date and be able to go alongside what you've just described. Again, another topic we could go into for days, but I must come to the questions from our audience. There's one here. I'm going to read all 3 questions, and then you can comment on which one you would like. So. Is directly for Sebastian. What type of stage gate process do you use in developing and releasing new AI capability? So we'll come to that in a second. The second question is, where do the panel think the military are in terms of the bot use? And the third question is, the problem with military is that they think and talk agile, but in practice, it is still largely waterfall. GDS are driving the agile agenda, but not MOD. Why? So, Sebastian, let's start with your question around the stage gate, and then we'll come to Mary, and then we'll finish with Peter.
So thanks for the question. So what we do with the Cyberization Hub is we have our own innovation.
Sebastian, we're going to cut you off so
again?
then you can refresh your earphones.
Is this better again?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I'm sorry, this AirPods, I gotta throw them out of the window. Anyways, so in the Cyber Innovation Hub, we use our own innovation funnel for doing these innovation projects. Meaning, when somebody from within the military comes to us with a problem of his or her own, we are looking within the startup sector, within the civilian sector, at what kind of solutions are existing or are working right now, and we're trying to bring them to military solutions. That would certainly mean that those are not solutions that are in development right now or at a development stage, but those are already operating solutions that we can just take and then see how they fit. And this brings us to something that we call an 80%
lose you
solution.
again, Sebastian. I'm sorry.
Oh, this is okay.
Just at
Is
the
this better
crucial
now?
moment. Yeah.
Can we do this? Okay, yeah. So basically, what we accept an 80% solution for just our testing purposes, and then we say, okay, we move on from there in an agile fashion, and then develop the capabilities further. But to get that as quick as possible, we take just existing solutions from the civilian world and test them within the military.
Got it. Thank you. Good answer. We got there. Mary, what's your thoughts on either the bot use or agile, or both?
Yeah. I'm going to flip to the agile question. I do think that's a really interesting one, and linked with some of that perception of I'm taking more risk if I haven't nailed it all down up front, which is what agile drives you towards. And I think there's quite a bit of evidence, plenty of evidence now, that actually it doesn't de-risk you by trying to nail things that you don't know yet down. And it actually drives that I'm going to decide a load of stuff, and even if I find something out that contradicts that, I don't want to change it because I wrote my plan. And it doesn't work very well in a fast-moving technology environment. So we do quite a lot of work in BAE on helping people think through agile and helping people shift to an agile environment, and what do they really mean by it, being careful to deploy it correctly. But it's not just the development teams. I'd say that kind of thinking is as much a software engineering process as it is a cultural thinking, as it is bleeds into the procurement piece. So what I was saying earlier about procurement, nailing down absolutely everything is that back to that kind of waterfall approach. So I'd say, think about it holistically across the whole organization and how you need to shift the different bits, because just shifting one bit to agile won't solve it if further down the line they're still thinking in that waterfall way. You'll still run into barriers.
Yeah, no, I can attest to that across sector as well. Peter, would you like to answer both of those questions?
Yeah, let me just pick up a bit of that, because of course we ask about say cyber actors, bots, or even indeed physical actors which are autonomous, and of course there's been a huge growth in all of this, and some of this with malicious intent, and some of this developed in the normal sort of R&D kind of way. I think this will accelerate. We're going to see a lot more of this, both for offensive purposes and defensive purposes. And of course, we talk a lot less about offensive capability for obvious reasons. But I think fundamentally, we're in a cyber arms race there, and there'll be methods which remove these threats and then create new threats. And I don't really see a great end to that, because it's scalable. It's cheap, relatively. It's easy to develop. I think the agility question is a much more awkward question for all Western countries, given that there's a sort of finite pot in NATO, in in nations. And even if we review and we put our money down in certain places, I think that what we don't have is a sort of venture mindset in these sorts of things. We have it's exactly as Mary said, a kind of software development. Oh yeah, get a project plan and get it down, and what we're doing is we're engineering the upside out of our projects. That's what we're doing.
Yeah,
we're engineering the real upside out of our projects. And I wrote a paper on this last year, just to try and provoke this sort of discussion. And I was amazed at how many people from the MOD and especially main building, got in touch with me and said, yeah, we couldn't possibly disagree with you. This is, exactly the issue. And so it's not a question of not being recognised. I think it's a question of really not landing with the top brass and not being acted on, or people thinking that they're acting on it when they're not truly acting on it. I think this is the bigger threat rather than the shortage or ability in certain technologies.
Yeah, I think you're right. And what a wonderful place to end. I think the audience listening probably all do have a venture mindset if they're here with Defence Disrupted, but they are probably battling inside their own departments. So thank you three very much, and we'll see everybody soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Tabitha, and all of the rest of the panel. What a fascinating discussion about the future of AI technology in defence and security. We are now coming up to our final panel session of the day, which will then be followed by our closing startup showcase. Please do stick around for both. This next session will be exploring how new technology is impacting military medicine. And I would like to welcome Maddie Phipps-Taylor, CEO of Eva Health Technologies, to lead the discussion. Over to you, Maddie.
Hello, thank you very much, and welcome to this session we've got at the moment, which is how is technology enhancing the medical chain on operations. I am Maddie Phipps-Taylor. I'm the Chief Exec of Eva Health Technologies. I'm sort of representing a startup in the space. We're not working in the military sector at this point, but I'm here to facilitate an excellent panel of people who have different perspectives from the startup community and from the military on particularly innovation and advances within the medical arena. So today I'm going to introduce the three panelists we have to talk to us and to get the conversation going. So to start with, we have Wing Commander Marcus Stowe. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, nice to meet everyone. Yeah, I'm Marcus Stowe. I'm a nurse in the Royal Air Force. I've been in coming up to 19 years now. Quite a broad experience overseas. Managed to have the opportunity to go to Iraq, Afghanistan, and most recently for me, the Sierra Leone Ebola crisis. And I've seen, innovations and progress modern medicine, modern defence medicine for years. I had the honour of working within and then leading up, heading up as COO J-Hub Med with my boss, Colonel Ty. And we then spent the last 3 and a bit years trying to bring new technologies from startups and various other companies into defence medicine as quickly as possible. I am a mentor on the Clinical Entrepreneurs Programme for the NHS, and I advise a few other startup companies based on my experience. I think that's me.
Fantastic, thank you very much, and a whole wealth of different experiences there to draw from for this conversation as well. Next up we have Morgan Long, who's otherwise known as Mogsy. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Good morning all, thank you Maddie, and thank you to Public for inviting me to speak again today. Mogsy, I started my life way back when as a sort of frontline medic with the Marines, worked my way up and commissioned a few years ago as a medical services officer within the Navy. I've been really lucky to all the way through my career sort of have the opportunities to have a bit of diversity of mindset, do a bit of disruption, challenge the status quo, try and use some of the technologies or the processes that we have in place to improve patient care or medical sort of data communication and the likes that goes with it. And then I was hugely privileged to be selected to go on the inaugural Percy Hobart Fellowship last year, which really sort of took us out for 12 weeks into industry, working with startups, being able to sort of really get to the nuts and bolts of how startups and sort of tech industry do things different to defence. On completion of that, I was lucky enough to go into a job within Navy Digital Services, and I now sit as the service owner for sort of digital innovation for people and training, and very much sort of trying to be an advocate for that, challenging the status quo, disruption, looking at things slightly differently, and very much a problem-based mindset kind of guy. So, welcome.
Fantastic. And you have spent a little bit of time with our company, Eva Health Technologies, as well, which I hope we'll get to chat a little bit about in the next few minutes. And then finally, we have Nadav Pawlowski, who is joining us from a startup perspective as well. So can you please introduce yourself?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Nadav, co-founder and CEO at Unikai Systems, an Israeli startup located in Tel Aviv, Israel. We're developing AI-based solution for planning, decision support, and risk analysis. We operate mainly in the defense, i.e. military and defense organization domains, as well as homeland security, first responders, firefighters, emergency medical services, providing them the capabilities to automatically plan, analyze, execute tactical actions on the field. We've been working with the IDF, and some of our products are already being integrated into the operational C2 of the IDF. I have crossed paths with Marcus while visiting UK and having him over here in Israel, building cooperations of introducing AI into medical technology. And apart from that, I'm also a retired lieutenant colonel within the Israeli Air Force Special Operations Service. So I have also kind of the operational and boots on the ground angle in this discussion. Very happy to be here, and thank you, Maddie, and the rest of the panel.
Excellent. Well, let's get going with the first question. It's a really open question just to get us, the ball rolling. So, Nadav, if I can come to you, sort of what are the most recent innovations that you can share with us about that are really impacting how medical supplies and medical services are being delivered in areas of conflict?
Well, I think, again, building from our experience with the IDF and other armies we're working with, there is a flow of technology from the civilian world, from the startup and technology world into the defense domain. 15 years ago, it was the other way around, but now the flow has reversed. And we see today a lot of AI technologies, whether that be machine vision, whether that be speech-to-text application, and whether that be optimization, planning, and decision support algorithms, which is the area that we are focused on. And I think that the fact that technology became cheaper and you can have devices which are handheld and you use low computing power and low energy consumption and can provide the operator on the field via an ATAC, Android device, or earpiece, or whatever, can provide considerable value. So I think we're seeing a migration of technology adopted from the civil world into the operational world. And in ways that sometimes exceed the capacity of the organization, defense, or the army to properly integrate and probably train the people, which I know Mogzi and Marcus are very keen on the subject of how do you train, because nice tricks don't do the job. You need the people to actually use and make use of the technology. So I think the main challenge today is not bringing in new technologies, is how you integrate them, how you train the people, how you change the mindset of the operators and the generals to understand that there's a shift in the paradigm, to adapt, they need to change, they need to be more adaptive and more instead of complex system, joint parts of technology to kind of provide value. So this is what we're seeing in our daily actions with the defense organizations.
Marcus, you're nodding a lot to many of those their comments there around particularly bringing things from the civilian world into the military space. Is that what you're seeing as well?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few points, great points as always, Nadav. I promise I won't agree with you the entire webinar, otherwise it'd be boring. But there's a few things said there. Change of mindset is key. And it's both at the highest levels and the lowest levels. One of the ways, there's also a slight risk in this space to get shiny thing syndrome, where someone sees a nice civilian product that can be rolled in, and then annoyingly then goes straight to the top brass rather than to the user. And that's as bad as having a bad mindset about change, because what you need to do is get a new product and put it in the hands of the user as early as possible, and either discard it, pilot it, or adapt it in some way. So that's the first part. Second, to speak to the capabilities, is we're only able to bring in a lot of these digital technologies now because they aren't taking up memory space on servers that are deployed, and they it's not big memory software, so that's good. But you've then, because of course you're now connecting to maybe a cloud-based system, you've got the security aspects there, and that's a fairly new thing for defence to take on, and a challenge in itself. And then, of course, and Mogsy will probably speak to this better than I do, bandwidth is in essence one of the biggest problems. So the ability to move all that data from austere environments or ships, actually, which is can be quite hard. So yeah, so he's absolutely right. It is a challenge, but there's so much out there to look at and so much we need to adopt. But it is so important that the user has a go, decides whether it's usable, compatible, and then get everyone involved from the outset to make sure you can integrate properly. I think we're a bit further than at the beginning of that journey, but it's a challenge.
We're still in the foothills potentially of that journey.
Yeah.
Okay, and Mogsy, to bring you in on that, talk about if bandwidth is the issue. There's sort of the technology and the devices themselves. They're getting smaller, smarter. Maybe easier to train people on. You don't actually need training. You just sort of follow the instructions. But then there's also the infrastructure that you need to have in order for those small devices to work. Talk to us about sort of your experience there. If bandwidth is indeed the problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's two pieces to bring out really there. There's one which is about how do we create the sort of behavioural change around a digital culture. So how from day one of an army CMT or an RF medic or a naval medic coming in, or a nurse or a doctor, that they're hungry to want to know about the sort of opportunities, the digital, the technology, and that they can go after really exploiting any of that technology that you're talking about to best effect. Because as Marcus and Dav said, bringing a nice shiny thing in sometimes pleases the seniors, but arguably putting it in the hands of a user which they don't just have the fundamental understandings about how you would exploit a piece of kit like that just never works. And then sort of going to the point that Marcus said about the network piece. I mean, this is something which across defence we're trying to get after at the moment. The idea of mesh networks, abilities to sort of enhance. Rather than having to rely solely on huge quantities of bandwidth required to push all of the data all the way back to the sort of the main hubs, being able to have intermittent processing throughout the battlefield or throughout the task group from a naval perspective is absolutely key to success. But I think we are getting after that. I mean, I think going back to what the Dav said about the sort of the startup culture and how they are working with defence. I think there's a much better understanding now about how these devices, if they are small or they have large data sort of push and pull, that actually we don't have the capability to look at those kind of technologies, and therefore people who are coming to defence to sort of bring their ideas and their concepts in, are more wary and more understood in that space, I think.
Can I go off on a slight tangent, just picking up on a few themes that's come out there about training of personnel? And are we training? It's a question for the group. I'm not sure we've prepared this one, but are you expecting more sort of training of sort of everyone in the basic level of how to use these new technologies, so that actually more people can be delivering potentially life-saving medical treatment in the field with the tools that they have at hand? And do you see that as part of a sort of a training program that is underway, or is that something that's sort of still yet to be worked through? Who can help me with that one? Maybe Marcus?
Yeah, sure. So one of the challenges with innovating at the edge, at the front end, to get it into the hands of the user is there's quite a long process for that then to be fed back into the training plan. Because when you do the more traditional capability review of a piece of equipment that can take a lot longer than the processes we're talking about now, training is included. And we also do look at training as part of the wrap. But unfortunately, in order to get there, you basically need to implement the technology and the training will follow. Whereas the traditional capability method, because there's enough time, you can bring the training of a piece of equipment, new tent or whatever it is, in a lot earlier. So there is a challenge there. I think what I'm saying is we probably need to be more agile in adjusting our training, so that it can keep pace with the technology we're bringing in. So it's not just the forward air controller on the ground today using a new piece of kit, but it's the trainee who's 19 years old who's now got eyes on it. So there is a bit of a lag there. The Defence Medical Services is doing a great job of actually introducing this in our new technologies to new people. So, but getting it through the training pipeline, because there's a whole lot of hoops to jump through there, and Moxie knows this, and probably Nadav, it's probably the same in the IDF, can be a challenge. We are using digital training tools as well, and there's a whole different set of work strands about improving medical training using digital systems, and my team at J-Hub Med have introduced a few of those, and that is widening the eyes of everyone to the opportunity of digital. So we are getting there. Again, I think foothills. Moxie?
I think, yeah, if I can come in there, I think there's two sort of levels to this. There's one which is about how do we introduce the medical trainees, as Marcus has said, coming through to those potential new technologies, or even understanding that if you have a sort of pre-hospital care, electromed piece of equipment, PED, whatever it's going to be, that fits into a wider network and a wider data distribution piece. But I think almost more important, it sort of talks to the previous panel that I was in, which is about how do we take all defence personnel as a whole and upskill them in just that wider digital understanding. And it's got to be done in 3 bits for me. It's got to be done with, harnessing the culture, the behavioural change that people want to do. They're thirsty. They want to come and ingest, new information, new knowledge about that. The second thing is then about a sort of tiered training program that, some of it in basic training, some of it developmental. And then, with the idea that people like James Kurtz has pushed onto the Reimagining Defence podcast, that arguably, there's going to be so much data ingestion to command in the future from the medical sources and all others that you're going to need people with, some of the sort of almost DDAT, data scientist style skills in uniform stood alongside those commanders. So how do we get to a point where we are allowing all defence personnel to progress through that sort of upskilling developmental process? At the moment, we don't have it. We've got lots of little pockets where we're sort of trying to train small groups of people to do that kind of activity. But I think a wider holistic approach to the whole defence needs to be taken for me in the future.
And so, Nada, from your perspective, working in AI in this space, is it sort of a nascent skill set that only specialists have? And how do we start to think, about normalising some of the tools and techniques that you are using in your company?
Well, I think that building on our experience, there is a gap between what the users are used to receive. I mean, the operational users in the IDF, especially the young ones, they're used to use technology, high-tech technology, on their civilian life. But when they come to the army, they kind of downgrade themselves because the widespread technology in the army is not so advanced. So I think that they are kind of looking for new technology and are looking for interesting things to kind of match the way they do business or the way they interact with technology outside the IDF. So we try to incorporate this on the products that we build and try to provide them with that kind of forward-looking gaze, looking at where technology can take them instead of downgrading the level of technology we use into the existing products. And though it's a very I would say, a long and one step forward, two step back journey, we feel that at the end that provides extensive value in the long run to the users.
Excellent, thank you. Marcus, what's your perspective from an AI and VR perspective, or in terms of training medical professionals as well? I know that you've been thinking about that and have some experience there. What's your view?
So again, you've got to be careful of shiny thing syndrome in that any kind of digital, virtual, augmented reality training system will not replace hands-on experience and use of physical tools and use of good mannequins. I mean, mannequins are so good now, but there's an amazing opportunity to blend, great silicon mannequins with augmented reality and just, and then use, AI in the background to time flag, how someone's doing at any given point of a procedure, etc. And the opportunities there are amazing because we've been struggling with simulating our environment forever because it's very hard to properly simulate a battle scenario or a roll to field hospital in the desert or whatever you're talking about. But again, it's not a silver bullet. And so there will always have to be, instructors overseeing. You can't do it all from home, for example. It's tempting to make everything e-learning, especially in this day and age. But again, getting both the user group, so those who have done it before, involved in the build and the design, and then getting the instructors in as well, and their perspective is really, really important. Building it in isolation isn't going to work. Whatever that is, whatever your training tool is, it's just not going to match. So yeah, I mean, there's huge opportunity there, and I know loads of great companies, and we did a project with Microsoft and KBR, building a chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear, blimey, I managed to say it, simulation suite using virtual reality to help train people to treat chemical casualties, which, as you can imagine, is very hard to simulate at all. So, and that went very well, and we learned lots of lessons about it and where AR and VR are good or better. So, yeah, it's amazing, but we mustn't think that it's going to solve our problems, and that putting a tent up in a field will never happen again.
And Mogsy, from your perspective, in terms of that, bringing in that sort of feedback cycle of actually how do you take something maybe that's worked well in the civilian world, but you're trying to bring it into the military space, how do you start to go through that loop and actually bring in the experience from the front line or from users who are going to be using it in not ideal scenarios? Mostly what you're dealing with on a day-to-day basis is never an ideal scenario for any of these situations. How do you go about bringing that sort of feedback loop into the design of systems and services?
In one word, data capture. So we traditionally, over all of my time in Telic and Herrick and stuff like this, we didn't capture we just didn't have the capabilities at the time to be able to capture data on I mean, some of it was captured, though, timelines, for example, from sort of role 1 to role 2 and things like that were, but the actual deep data on how people are doing their business, what worked, what didn't work. The lessons identified, the lessons learned sort of system was really done at a really tactical level, and then things would change very quickly to be able to go and exploit what the new knowledge was or what the learning process was. But we just didn't have it. So I think there's a real gap there at the moment on that data, because why is the data so important? Because if you can go back and you can look at that, you can apply those, that machine learning, that AI to it, to be able to really get after what the pain points are that we need to go after for it. So whether it's, we had, catastrophic hemorrhage as number one key piece for fatalities on the front line, right? Well, what technology can we bring in to look at that specifically? Or whether, we need new technologies to try and speed up the process of, point of wounding back to role 1 and how that would be worked with it. Or do you look at, and going back to your first question about, specifically like, how do we look at sustainment and resupply? Is there a place in the future battlefield for not just for med, but for all, sort of drone resupply, blood resupply, things like this, which inevitably are being done in other nations, but at the moment, the UK, we're not getting after it. So, to get to the nuts, to the crux of it, we don't have the data, or we haven't, from our major conflicts. We're now in a position where we can start absorbing some of that data, but we need to really take a strong look at that and use very much a user-centered design focus, and as Marcus said, that agile lean mentality to get after what we need next.
So from that agile mentality, think about startups who are trying to be very agile. Most startups are trying to be very agile. We've got here a collection of experience either from within a startup or working with a startup or commissioning something from a startup. I'm really keen is there a space in this for startups? Is that the sort of the future of bringing innovation? And if so, what needs to either remain the same or change to get more engagement, more innovation, more success from the startup community? Nadav, can I come to you on that one?
Yeah, I am having some difficulties with the connection, so I hope you can read me. It's a very good question, and I think that there is a great opportunity here in this area for startups to work with defense industries and defense organizations, but there are also a lot of potential gaps and pits that you can fall into. And the main issue is that there is a gap in mentality. Startups are companies that are used to move fast and break stuff. Their winnings come from their mistakes. They're prone to make mistakes by design, prone to build and test and break and learn and build and test, etc., etc. And this is something that does not sit well with defense organizations that are usually more waterfall. If you're familiar with the software development methodology, the 10 steps of the waterfall and everything is by the book, then there's a clash of cultures here. And I think the way to bridge that gap is, first of all, for both partners to take a deep breath and to understand that they're entering a new kind of tango. And we see three key elements. First is there has to be some kind of a buffer between the hardcore army or defense organization and the startup. For example, JHAB Med is an excellent example of a buffer. They know how to work with startups. They know how to procure fast, give them money so they can hire developers that can code fast. And they also have a reach into the users in the army. So I think the JHAB Med, and they have great success stories using that technology. And they have one hand on the wheel with startup and one hand holding sensitive parts of the army, adapting them to work at the pace of the startup. The other key element you need is a champion. And a champion is somebody that is located within the UK Army, which is kind of, I would call it an evangelist of change. For example, Moxie is a great example of that kind of an evangelist. And that would be somebody that wakes up in the morning and says, I am here to change. I am here to innovate. I am here to push this organization forward. And I'm going to cut through all the red tape and I'm going to kick all the brass until I'm getting it done. And our experience shows us that when you have an organization, a buffer, like JHAB Med, and you have a champion within the force, like Moxie, then you can actually mix those two, the agile breaking kids with the t-shirt and the flip-flops and the guys with the uniforms. And there is great opportunity because the need is dire. You, of all people, Marcus and Moxie, you know how dire is the need, how complicated the situation is. And it's really hard, but the fruits are definitely worth it.
I'm going to bring Marcus in.
I'll send the money to you in the post, mate.
Yeah, Marcus, as a bridge between the flip-flops and the uniform, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what JHUB, the original organisation, was set up to do. We were placed in a WeWorks office in London to break down the barriers that are normal. Traditionally, startups don't want to have to apply 48 hours in advance to get into a building to go to a random numbered room, escorted by someone, to then be told that their startup doesn't quite match what defence needs, wasting half a day, etc. So it's just changes in procedure and mindset. And yes, we did in the main wear civilian clothes. I was never a flip-flops kind of guy, but finding a nice happy medium with a short sleeve shirt and a collar, is pretty good. I've actually got shorts on that you can't see. No, it's massively important. And then having the language to explain to the user group what it is and why it would benefit them, and then translate that back to the startup. And you almost have to sit in between consistently. You can blend them a bit, but translation is hard because everyone's talking in their own languages. One's talking in code, one's talking acronyms about their particular day job, and then you then also have to explain to the brass, to the seniors, why is it good for them. And you have to change the levers and the understanding for every briefing, because every solution has got benefits at the tactical and the strategic level, and sometimes longevity strategic, like improving training, like data capture is something that we're doing much better at, but will only show real fruition in some years because we have to capture enough data. Easy to convince maybe a senior officer who's digitally savvy, hard to convince a private soldier who has to input that data or has to wear a wearable or whatever it is, because there's no tactical benefit there. So it's a fascinating space, and it involves a lot of translation, I guess, and empathy with everyone's position, which has been a challenge. Luckily, I'm amazing at it, so
that is lucky. Thank you. We've got just about 10 minutes to go, and I just wanted to put a message out to say, if you have questions for the panel, please do type them in, send them over, and we'll try and get them to our wonderful panelists in the next 10 minutes. We have had some questions from the audience, so I'm going to pitch these in now. So our first is, where does the panel believe autonomy can support medics, so triage and resupply? So autonomy supporting medics, I suppose, do people want to have autonomy? Are they supposed to be making choices in the moment, or is it sort of what the computer says, a world we're looking like we're working towards? How do we feel about that?
I want to sell Nadav's product now, just because he sold us.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, and save him doing it so he doesn't look too self-centered. Okay, so Unic AI have built a Medivac decision assistance tool, which has taken lots of data and will allow you to decide on where to move casualties within a particular battle space. It takes into account the battle space itself as well, so any dangers associated with it. And it's very, very fast. And where it really comes into its own is if you have a mass casualty. So you could put 20 casualties in, and you might not be able to feed them to one facility, and it will, within about a second or two, Nadav, distribute those casualties and give you a Medivac plan. Now, we're not talking about taking the human out of the loop at all, and this is why we're using the phrase decision assistance. All that has done is reduce the time it takes. Nadav, have I done you service there?
Yeah, I will resend back you the money you've sent to me via the same envelope. I would like to say that we came to this solution after a very tragic accident within the IDF, that there was a capsize of an armed vehicle and 3 persons got killed and several were injured. And I was in the middle of Israel, no fighting, no bombs, and they had a chaos during the evacuation, and they put the mild casualty helicopter, and the severe casualties were left for the ambulance to ride 4 hours into the hospital. So there's definitely a problem there, and it wasn't under fighting conditions. So I can tell you that from numerous experiments we did, our solution or similar solutions save a lot of time and provide the user with recommendations. And I think Marcus said it just right. It's repositioning the man in the decision support loop. We're not looking to exchange humans, not yet, by the way, but we think that we can assist them in making better, faster, and more informed decisions, especially on complicated moving chaotic conditions. And I think that this is the power of AI is not replacing the human, is a great organism by itself. It's by doing what we call the undifferentiated heavy lifting, undifferentiated work, calculating routes, optimization, much like your travel agent problem. Then we can do it multiplied by a few problems. And I think this provides extensive value. So this is an example of how autonomy can be used in a non-completely autonomous way to assist decision makers.
Excellent, thank you. And now my next question, I'm going to come to Mogsy first. There was a comment earlier that it used to be that civilians would learn from the military experience of healthcare, and that seems to have been flipped more recently. One question from the audience is around what can the private healthcare system, or maybe civilian healthcare system, learn from the military medicine field at this point? What do you think? What would you have on offer if you wanted to send back something into the civilian or private space?
Well, it's got to be our understanding of that frontline trauma medicine, that catastrophic multi-casualty environment, which don't get me wrong, different countries, different cities in the world get their fair share of it. But I think there is huge advances that were made from 2001 through to probably 5 years ago, or some of the as Marcus mentioned, we were both in Sierra Leone for the Ebola crisis, and the ability to think, and that was a really good example actually of where there was some ability to think innovatively about how, for example, you were going to transfer, patient data from inside a dirty zone to outside a clean zone, and it started off with a piece of paper wrapped in a piece of plastic that wasn't going to work, and it moved all the way through to having different tablets that would remotely go back to a central node within the clean space, and it was a great example of how that real quick innovation was allowed to happen. That was because it was a non-contested environment. We weren't in a war zone, but I think that's really what we could offer back. We can offer back our fundamental experience and understanding of that kind of high level, high tempo, high kinetic trauma activity.
Marcus, Nadav, do you want to come in on that?
Yeah, just to refine slightly as well, I think what we offer to startups, SMEs, is an extreme user. And if your whatever it is can survive SAC Smith putting it in his rucksack and carrying it across a continent, and it still works, and he can use it at the front line, then it will work everywhere in the world. And if you're worried about bandwidth, or we are an extreme edge user, which means that if you have a product that, I don't know, even if you want to use it in normal civilian hospitals, but we can smash it to pieces. And also there are two other great advantages to the military. One, we will give horrendous feedback about a thing if it's rubbish. Trust me. And the second thing is, the NHS, for example, is innovating in pockets all over the place, but it's hundreds of different organisations, and they're not really connecting very well. And we're not amazing, but we are smaller. But also, once we decide on a thing, everyone has to adopt it. Unlike the NHS, where it's disparate. So we're quite good. Oh, and the other thing is, we get quite a good response rate if you want data back, because people assume it's an order. Please, none of my bosses tell me off here. But no, if you so
rollout and compliance, you've got really great stats on.
Yeah, and you've got a population who want to make things better for themselves, especially the medical community, because we all just want to save more lives, don't we?
So my next question, final question from the audience, I think we've got 3 minutes left, but it was around wearables and monitoring health conditions and staying well, rather than also just obviously treating catastrophic issues and in certain scenarios of an emergency. Does anyone want to sort of fill the question here around what do you think the future of wearables and monitoring is in the future of the military? Marcus, and then I'll come to Nadav.
Can I very quickly, just because I've spoken a lot? Yes, J-Hub Med are running a project exactly based on this. And the aim is to bring in all the data from the existing wearable programs, of which there are many, in defence, because people have been operating independently, and trying to build a great data set with the aim of health prevention, health promotion, understanding what it is that our personnel go through, and testing and adjusting training, for example. So yeah, it's very much at the forefront, because we want to protect people before they get injured, and learning about them, so we understand how they might be able to prehabilitate or look after themselves in the best way for them, in an individual way. There we go. That's a quick answer for me.
I think, if I may, I'll pitch it at that point with, I think it fits into the same discussion around automation. So taking away the large conflicts, arguably a lot of the defence activity is going on in more smaller pockets, surgical strike teams, and having sort of remote teams around the world doing everything from political sort of intervention, but soft power activities of training and the likes of that. So you're never going to be able to put an emergency medicine doctor alongside every single 2 or 3 man team, and therefore there is then going to be a requirement to have the best medical care possible with the least medically qualified personnel in the environment, and that feeds into wearables, telemedicine, reach back to more qualified specialist care as advised. And the same with the automation piece. That's where I think we're going to make some real inroads in the next few years, hopefully, because we are being asked to do more in smaller teams in more remote areas of the world all the time.
Thank you. And Nadav, if you've got 10 seconds, do you agree wearables are a part of the future?
Yes, I think the connection between the information abundancy and the connectivity will allow us to, exactly as Moxie said, provide better care, whether that be war zone or civilian, via less resources, and that will benefit, I hope, the entire human race.
Awesome. On that very positive note, thank you very much, Marcus, Moxie, and Nadav, for joining me today. This has been an awesome panel. I've really enjoyed myself. Thank you for coming, and thank you for everything you do. I look forward to catching up with all of you soon. So take care. Thank you.
Thanks, Maddie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to see you guys.
Thank you so much, Maddie, Marcus, Moxie, and Nadav. Some fascinating insights there as to how new technology combined with traditional medical expertise is really going to revolutionize the future of military medicine. And that brings to an end our final panel session for Defence Disrupted, but we're not quite finished yet. We now have our closing startup showcase, where some of the brightest and most innovative entrepreneurs will have a chance to demonstrate the solutions that are going to be completely changing the future of defence in years to come. So I'd like to hand over to my colleague Chiara Carlini, who will introduce the showcase and each of the startups from here. Over to you, Chiara.
Hi everybody, it's great to be here today. My name is Chiara, I'm Program Manager at Public, and I'm here to introduce the Startup Showcase today. So we have a very strong and exciting group of innovators powering new technologies for use in defense setting, including technologies helping government organizations tackling misinformation online, aiding decision-making in complex situations, and more. So we're going to hear from 6 startups that will give a short presentation about their technology, which will be followed by a Q&A session straight after each pitch that you're warmly invited to engage in. So we're kicking off with Amplify, a startup helping organizations derive crucial insights from unstructured data. Simon, over to you.
Decision-making has never been more complex. Decision-making today for leaders in any organization depends on having the right information in the right place at the right time. The seas have never been rougher. When we wrote this slide with 3 existential challenges on it, talking about digital transformation, the climate catastrophe, and the destabilization of fake news, we overlooked COVID, Brexit, water crises, Gaza, trade wars, the Middle East, global protectionism, and the alt-right. So to make important and successful decisions has never been more complex. That's why Amplify's mission is to help organizations of any type make decisions and change with conviction. The information we need to make well-informed decisions is all around us. In fact, if we look at the amount of content being published every day, either internally within organizations or externally onto the web, there's so much information that it becomes a challenge in itself. By some estimates, 96% of all the data on the web is unstructured, and 1 in 5 days of any knowledge worker's time is spent searching for the right information. So why is it so hard to use this vast amount of text data? Well, it's enormous, it's very, very disparate, it's extremely dirty, and humans are very good at reading it, but we're extremely slow. That's where Amplify comes in. Amplify have developed an insights automation platform. We've effectively taught a computer to read, and we can do it at scales far beyond what's humanly possible. Our language model is not actually a single algorithm, but a family of around 16 machine learning models, which we've productionized, covering everything from entity recognition to sentiment modeling. This is what it looks like when the machine reads a piece of text. You can see how it's highlighted the topics in yellow, the entities in green, and metadata in red. Once you've identified all those topics, entities, and metadata, you can start to do cool things like measure the connectivity between them. So let me show you some of the views that our machine can automatically produce. So at your fingertips, on an iPad or available on your phone, anywhere in the field, at the moment where you need to make decisions, we can instantly analyze tens of thousands of documents. We can answer questions like, what is going on? For example, in this case, in the realm of unmanned aerial vehicles, by looking at the key topics across that corpus. Who is involved, by identifying organizations, people, and countries. How are they involved, by measuring their connectedness to different topics. Where in the world is all this happening? What are the key industries? So in this case, we're looking at a country, Sierra Leone, and we're asking the machine, what are the key industries you're detecting relating to that country? Or what is the media sentiment towards that part of the world? And even further, what are the factors affecting instability in that region or risk in that region, so that we can start to plan for decisions to mitigate against some of those risks? So by putting the power of machine reading and the analysis layer that we've developed in the hands of analysts, if you're already familiar with doing this sort of analysis internally, we can conservatively save organizations a minimum of 25% of their time, effort, and money on doing this themselves. If you're more familiar with using external experts to do this for you on a consultancy basis, then that conservative estimate is far higher, up to 80% and beyond. So that's Amplify. We're trying to change the world and make the world a better place by harnessing the power of unstructured data and text at scale. Thank you very much for your time. I'm more than happy to take any questions that you've got.
Thank you so much, Simon. Let's see if there are any questions from the audience. If not, I can start with one, which is, where do you tend to get your data from? Is it from online forums? Is it social media? Can you tell us a little bit more?
Yeah, very, very good question. Thank you. So I'd break it down into two categories, really. The simplest, and the way we have the system set up at the moment, is to look at open source data around the world. So the simplest and easiest data to access is things like premium news, academic journals. Once you start connecting to smaller or regional sources, there's some setup involved, but the results are then much more localized. The second use case is to say, forget about what the world is writing. We actually have hundreds of thousands of reports within our organization that have been written at great cost, time, and effort, and are either never looked at again, but nobody will also delete them in case they're one day needed. And so turning it on an organization's internal sources is very powerful, and doubly powerful when those sources are very disparate and scattered all over the place. Because you don't need to move the data or sanitize the data. You can just tell the machine where it is, and it can go provide a unified view.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Simon. Really, really interesting. I think we can move on to the next one. We're going to hear from the cybersecurity company Gardara. Mitali, welcome on stage.
Hi, everyone. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Gardara, and we're on a mission to secure the world's code. There's no question that cybersecurity is one of the greatest issues facing our society today. As technology progresses and software becomes more complex, so too do the tools and testing methods needed to secure it, meaning that it takes more time, effort, and resources to find security vulnerabilities. The large and now well-known organizations you see in front of you today, SolarWinds, Zoom, and the DNC, were all victims of very large, well-publicized, and expensive cyber attacks, costing up to $100 billion worth of damages. However, there's one more thing that binds all of these entities together, and that's the fact that the cyber attacks on these organizations resulted from the presence of exploitable 0 days. 0 days are new or previously unknown vulnerabilities that can cause an extreme amount of damage because no one knows about them. In fact, 80% of successful breaches in 2019 were caused by 0 days, up from only 37% in 2018, and this number is only going to increase in coming years. Unfortunately, most of the security testing tools and products that are widely available and used focus on finding known vulnerabilities, leaving more sophisticated and complex technologies that could actually be used to find 0 days in the hands of security researchers, experts, and bad guys. Also, these technologies are usually slow, difficult to set up, and only focus on testing particular industry standards. So how can enterprises protect themselves without hundreds of security experts on staff, months of training, and refactoring legacy code? With Gardara, we've built a solution that can find critical security issues 10 to 100 times faster than competitor products, depending on the test target, can be deployed in under 10 minutes, and focuses on testing custom and proprietary products, which means that it can be used in a variety of environments and industries from automotive to telecom, in order to find 0 days more efficiently. Don't just take our word for it. One of the world's largest and most trusted security services providers has already deployed our product in the EMEA region, and they are so happy with the results that they've decided to roll us out globally by the end of this year. Our founding team is uniquely positioned to solve this problem, given our collective experience of over 2 decades in cybersecurity. My co-founder and CTO is one of the best in the business, having worked at Fortune 500 companies, high-growth security startups, and well-known global security consultancies. I have had world-class experience in security project management, working with governments and large enterprises on security program transformations. We will be growing our team by 3 times in 2021 in order to meet demand from the market. Based on our success so far, we know that soon every company in the world will consider Gardara first when thinking about choosing a security testing solution to find 0 days. We will create a suite of products and eventually own the entire security testing lifecycle. Our vision is to become the de facto security testing platform provider in the next 5 years. Beat 0 days and choose Gardara.
Thank you so much, Mitali. Brilliant presentation. Let's see if we have any questions from the audience. We have one that has just come up. Can you go into a little bit more detail as to how you exactly detect 0 days? And
Sure.
what your business model is?
So we do
2 questions. Sorry.
Sure, no problem. So we do that in 3 main ways. The first is the way that we can find 0 days, more 0 days rather than the competition, and that's in the way that we monitor and interface with the target under test. So the type of testing that we do is a type of offensive security testing where we feed a test target with unexpected data to produce some kind of unintended behavior, like a crash, exception, or an error. And so basically that reduces the chance of having any false positives as compared to some other tools that might be using a vulnerability scanner, comparing, a set database to finding already known vulnerabilities. results. So we're using an active process and seeing what the target does. The second way we do that is we reduce the deployment time so that the engineers who are doing this kind of testing can focus less time on tool maintenance and more time in terms of setting up test cases and actually taking the actions needed to be able to find vulnerabilities. And lastly, we focus on testing custom and proprietary elements of products as opposed to industry standards. Because what we've seen is that 99% of products in the market today have some kind of custom or proprietary layer on top of any industry standards that they use. And that layer is where most of the vulnerabilities lie. So that's where we differentiate ourselves. In terms of the business model, we have two different types of licenses. We sell to managed security services providers like security consultancies, and we also sell to enterprises and organizations that make or manufacture their own products. So we have two types of licenses on an annual basis for both of those types of customers.
Amazing, thank you so much. We have one more question from Richard before we move on. How do you know you perform against your competitors?
Well, oftentimes when we go into our customers, we're being compared head to head with our competitors. So either they've been using an incumbent product for many, many years and they're unhappy with it, so they're looking to switch. So we know during the proof of concept whether we're able to find more issues or not. And also, my co-founder has been a security consultant and engineer for many, many years and has used a lot of our competitor products, and so is intimately familiar with many of the things that they do very well, as well as some of the gaps that are still left to be filled.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Vitali, for being with us today. Now we have Sarah telling us more about Duchess, an AI voice bot automating the process of interviewing personnel and analyzing the outcomes of the interviews. The technology is being tested with defense equipment and support and the Royal Navy. Over to you, Sarah.
Hello, everyone. My name's Sarah Vincent-Major from DM Innovations. Welcome to my presentation on Duchess. So Duchess came about because we do a lot of stakeholder interviews, and we noticed the same themes cropping up time and time again. So there were barriers to people giving honest responses. There can be bias in human questioning, and conducting and analysing interviews is always limited by time and resource. We had stakeholders saying things to us like, I want to understand my problem space, but I can't afford to interview many people. About management knowing about the problems that haven't been solved because they were important enough to bother the boss about, but all those things that were solved that didn't get recorded, they have to be learned again. And also people not having access to IT, whether that's remote working or junior personnel that don't sit in front of a computer every day. So we thought, well, could we automate the interviewing of personnel and then the subsequent analysis? So we came up with Duchess. So Duchess is an interview bot. It's a web application. And on the screen in front of you, this is what Duchess looks like. So they get a welcome page when they click the link, but they see the question on the screen. It's also read to them, so they hear it. They then just chat away and give their response. And once they're finished, they can press save to move on to the next question, or they can re-record their response if they weren't happy with it. They can see their progress through the discussion themes. And on the right-hand side, you'll see a question with a phrase in quote marks. And that's what we call a follow-on question. And I'll come on to that in more detail in a minute. But purposefully simple screen to make it as accessible. And this is the Duchess process. So the interview administrator will create a seedling question list. So this tends to be 5 or 6 open questions, discussion themes. Duchess then goes through a cycle. So it will ask one of these seedling questions, interviewee responds, and then the AI engine analyzes that response in real time and generates content for a follow-on question. So that content of the follow-on question is unknown before the interview starts, and it's solely based on the response that's been given. So we know it's something that someone's happy to talk about, otherwise they wouldn't have mentioned it. And you don't get into the process that by interviewing the 10th or 11th person, the question set changes because of all the things that you've learned. This is purely based on their responses. When they finish their interview, Duchess aggregates their responses with all other interviews that have been completed against that seedling list, question list, and then it produces some visualizations. Here's just some examples of visualizations. They're based on sentiment and semantic analysis. We can do keyword analysis, frequency of those keywords, and the strength of feeling that people had towards them. And then we're also able to extract sentence snippets, which is important to get that context without reading a full transcript. So we're able to retain anonymity. There's two types of use cases with Duchess. The first one is that anonymized analysis. So this is where the interviewee may not feel comfortable with their full transcript being read. It might be an interview on a sensitive subject. They might be being asked their opinion on current policy. So they might not want to criticize someone in their chain of command. And we can scale it because everything's automated. Option 2 is where that anonymity is less important. And actually being able to read that full transcript is important if you're looking at people's thought processes or their knowledge, maybe as a cold handover document. And Duchess is all about empowerment and coherence at scale. So being able to interview a whole population and not just a subset, being able to improve accessibility, people just chat away, and there's that option to hear the questions as well. Empowering people to speak out, generating insights on questions that nobody knew to ask in the first place, because Duchess is able to ask those follow-on questions, and then being able to make decisions based on more evidence. Here's some user feedback. These are themes that crop up time and time again about people feeling they can speak openly and honestly. And I'd invite any questions. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sarah. Let's see if any question comes up. We have one just now from Amy. So how does the app consider how the interviewee matches a manager's understanding of which personality would suit the makeup of their team? Does it also consider how someone's background might affect their answers if they're using a common starting line?
Yeah, so when we talk about interviewing, really it's about capturing people's feedback, views and experiences. So we've used this with the Royal Navy to capture people's feedback on lessons learned from when they've come back from a deployment, and we've worked with the headquarters on a transformation project. So it's more that they're already in a team and we're collecting their feedback and views once they're in. So it's not so much of an HR interview tool to get them into an organisation. And everyone has that same seedling set of questions. They're really open discussion themes. So anyone that gets sent that question set would be able to answer in some way. So what do you think works well in this organisation? Anyone in that organisation would be able to respond to that question.
Thank you for that, Sarah. And is the platform language specific?
So it's English only at the moment. We are looking at whether we can add some translation services in at some point in the process to allow people to speak in their first language.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Sarah. I think we're good to move on to AdVi, a product enabling organizations to identify vulnerabilities in their AI systems and prevent them from being manipulated. So David, you are on now.
Hi, my name is David Sully and I'm CEO and co-founder of AdVi. We are a UK startup established for researching a concept called adversarial AI. We're a core team from government, industry and academia. and our primary client is MOD. We're developing a platform that automates stress testing, benchmarking, and security for AI systems. And I'll explain a little bit about our technology and what we can do as we go through this presentation. The reason we were set up is because investments in AI across both defense and the commercial industry have been growing rapidly. So you can see some figures there. Those should be nothing new. But what we've witnessed is a slowing in adoption, particularly in commercial companies. So what we've been seeing over the last year or two is a large investment, and then when it gets time to deploy, there's nervousness as perceived risks in AI have been recognized. And we're trying to address that problem set. The problem and the reason for those nerves is that AI doesn't like the unknown. It fails when something comes in that is never expected. The developer needs to be perfect when they're setting up the model and the data set. And if they don't, then issues such as bias start to creep in. AI can be manipulated by an adversary using the inputs. That's the adversarial AI that we research, which I'll come on to in a minute. Backdoors can be inserted in data sets, which can affect the AI systems themselves. And AI can be poisoned over time. Adversarial AI is a concept that not many people have heard of. We've been bred on this idea that AI is infallible, really fast, and works every single time. Adversarial AI highlights the flaws in modern AI systems. So essentially what it's doing is taking something that looks normal to a human that they would never notice and altering it in such a way that the machine suddenly thinks it's something else. So in the top left, you've got a picture of a pig where we're able to manipulate that ever so slightly. To a human, it still looks like a pig, but the machine is absolutely convinced it's an airliner. And I'll show you a very, very quick video to demonstrate another concept. This is against Google. Oh. This is against Google, where an image that looks like a terrapin to you and me, Google's image classifier classes it as a rifle every single time and from every single angle. That's the concept that we're looking at. And within defense, that's obviously a major problem. If your AI system suddenly thinks that that enemy tank is actually a cabbage, or a British soldier is, or ideally you want them thinking that a British soldier is something completely different. But the moment that your AI starts misclassifying, that's a major problem. And that's what we research. The scenarios we look at are things like when battlefield AI might fail to respond to an enemy action, autonomous vehicles or drones start misclassifying enemy or friendlies, or automated defense fails to recognize anybody. But we also look at civilian AI systems, so stock markets, power grids, and healthcare. Essentially, what we found is that most modern AI systems are vulnerable. They've got holes in them, and those holes are a big problem. We are developing a platform to solve this. So our platform will test any AI system for robustness, security, and fairness. You don't need to be an expert on adversarial AI or AI weaknesses. You can just come in, plug in your model, plug in your data set, and see how it responds. Off that platform, we're able to identify vulnerabilities in AI systems that can be addressed before deployment. We can benchmark them. So for MOD, you're able to look at a system that one of the primes is bringing to you, and you can see how it compares to a rival, and you can see where the vulnerabilities lie and whether you are happy with those. In time, what we're trying to develop is real-time detection of disruptive inputs. So those inputs that you saw before, the pig that's classed as an airliner, or the model that's misclassified as a rifle, our system is being developed so that those inputs coming in to it would be flagged to a human user rather than disrupting it. And we've got a long roadmap that we're working with DSTL on. That system is going to be deployed both commercially and for defensive systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, David. Super interesting. Let's see if we have any questions from the audience. Just giving a couple of seconds for people to write.
Stunned silence.
We have one from Simon. One from Alex. You mentioned detecting disruptive inputs, defensive, but have you thought about how this is deployed offensively, David?
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously two sides to it, and particularly when you're looking at a defence context. Understand the defence, you can understand the offence. So yeah, absolutely, we do think about that. It's not our primary area of focus at the moment. Our thinking at the moment is that there are a lot of AI systems that are being considered, and we need to make sure we've got the right information and to ensure that those are secured. But yeah, there is that flip side to the coin as well, and we're very happy to talk to anybody about that as well.
Amazing, thank you. I think we probably have another minute. Would you mind telling us a little bit more about your customers and how the technology is being tested at the moment?
Yeah, basically where we get interest is obviously where AI is being employed in mission critical areas, where a company might be looking to take the human out of the loop. And essentially, it's always coming down to that problem of AI dealing with unknowns, and wanting to have confidence that you can identify those inputs as they're coming into the system so that you can make the system more effective. So that's typically where the interest we get is, but the spectrum that this technology can be applied to is much broader than that over time. And we're constantly looking for new use cases and people who are interested in actually exploring it.
Amazing. Thank you so much, David. We're moving on to GeoCollect, a geospatial intelligence company, and we have Kate telling us a little bit more about the company. Welcome, Kate.
Good afternoon. My name is Kate Gwilliam, and I am the CEO and co-founder of GeoCollect, a geospatial intelligence company based in Bristol. Recent tech advancements have led to an overwhelming amount of data that's difficult to make sense of without expensive software or years of expertise. GeoCollect provides purpose-built platforms that remove the need for pricey servers or years as an intelligence officer or software developer. GeoCollect combines remote sensing, powerful analytic software, and precision geospatial data on affordable cloud storage to get you the critical information or intelligence you need. Our flagship Geonius platform enables users to investigate anomalies, discover patterns, and uncover questionable activity. Here we demonstrate how we use the Geonius platform to analyze movements of the MT Beta, an old oil tanker that was refitted and repurposed by the Iranian military to become their largest forward operating ship, the IRINS Makran. The journey began in 2019 when the previously AIS Dark MT Beta transmitted a position for a short while within the UAE Economic Exclusive Zone, approximately 28 nautical miles northeast of Khor Fakkan. Historic data within Geonius was analyzed to understand the vessel's characteristics and also showed no registered speed consistent with a vessel at anchor. In order to corroborate these AIS data points, satellite imagery collections were switched on, and a vessel matching the dimensions and associated characteristics of MT Beta was identified in the same location on the 13th of May, 2019. This analysis enabled the confirmation of the distinctive green deck and length and width measurements of the vessel. Imagery analysis on the 14th of May, 2019, one day later, found the vessel on the move and no longer transmitting on AIS, so the vessel was now dark. The easterly course was heading straight for the waters of Iran, and a vessel weight clearly evident in the image ahead of the MT Beta indicated a towing vessel was involved. An AIS investigation was conducted and successfully corroborated one vessel of interest, an Iranian flagged tug, as being directly involved with the movement of the MT Beta. The tug of interest was AIS Dark for a period of 9 hours after leaving the port of Shahid Raji until the 14th of May, 2019 at 0700, where it was picked up alongside the MT Beta. Weather conditions on the 14th from the nearest weather stations recorded wind at 9.7 knots in a southeast direction. It was then identified that there was a second tug on the port quarter of MT Beta to stabilize the vessel under tow and prevent the vessel from turning with the elements whilst not under its own power. Analysis of shipping lanes showed that the transit was at right angles to the general direction of traffic flow moving in and out of the Gulf of Oman. Imagery was then analyzed on the 16th of May 2019 and found the MT Beta holding off of the Iranian port of Bandar-e Jask in the vicinity of the final AIS update in that area from the tug of interest. The MT Beta stayed here until analysis of synthetic aperture radar for the 26th of May no longer showed a vessel signature in the area. A further image search in the Gulf of Oman found a vessel within Iranian territorial waters moving north on the 27th of May, and the same associated vessel in the Bandar Abbas anchorage area on the 29th of May. A route plot was calculated within the Geonius platform, taking into account common routes and relevant speeds of approach, and the journey time aligned up, and the assessment was made with high levels of confidence that this was the MT Beta transiting into the Iranian port of Shahid Bahonar. This is where it stayed for over a year until August 2020. Fast forward to August 2020, and an interesting transformation begins in the Bandar Abbas shipyard within the AGH dry docks. The time-lapse imagery within Geonius shows the transformation of the green-decked oil tanker to a red deck as it is stripped back, and the resulting gray-decked military vessel with a helicopter landing platform constructed at the forward end of the vessel. The large gray building evident within the satellite image to the east was cross-checked in open source and corroborated with the AGH dry dock layout. Further analysis of social media found Twitter and Instagram posts of the vessel launch from this location as well, with the gray building once again evident within the shot. By the 9th of December 2020, the vessel had departed the dry dock and was seaworthy. Analysis of the imagery shows it in the anchorage area prior to commencing sea trials. Despite the clear change to the deck characteristics, the length and the width of the vessel remain consistent with that of the MT Beta. Geolect's team of intelligence experts, data scientists, and software developers create solutions that cut through the noise and the complexity of big data. We provide our clients with considered, timely, and accurate reporting, uncovering the unknowns and enabling decisions.
Thank you so much, Sarah. What a powerful presentation. Would you mind telling us just a little bit more about the team behind Geolect, sorry.
Yeah, so Geolect is built up of a combination of different skill sets. So we specialize in geospatial intelligence, but in order to provide solutions that are value added to our customers, we bring together a team of diverse skill sets in the background. So we have intelligence experts that sit side by side and work with the data scientists who also work with the software developers, so that the data and analysis that we're feeding into our platforms are then applicable to those end user requirements. The software developers then shape that user interface to ensure that it's easy to use and intuitive for each of those end users. Myself and my co-founder, we come from the UK and US intelligence communities, and we saw a gap in the market for utilizing commercial sources and actually putting that forward and blending different skill sets to really create something of value.
Amazing. Thank you, Sarah. One more question. How have defense departments tried to solve this problem pre-Geolect, and how are you different?
So I think a lot of what we're putting forward is automating processes that are typically manual. So taking, best practices from intelligence workflows and methodologies, from, gathering intelligence collection requirements all the way to actually running the analysis on what you've collected. So we focus on automating all of those processes so that the end user, the analyst, doesn't have to sit there scraping through, mining data. What they need is right in front of them. The data that's feeding into a platform answers their specific intelligence requirements, and all of that is automated so that they can focus on the analysis piece of it, what their core job is, instead of wasting time going out having to find the right data, particularly in open source. So we're focused on open source intelligence and making the best use of what's openly available, but what's commercially available as well. And that is what sets us apart from, existing systems.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question. Unfortunately, we have two, but maybe, Kate, you can pick it up via the chat. So is the platform data agnostic? And can you ingest client-specific data and reference it in a geospatial context to test hypotheses?
So absolutely. Our platform is built to be able to ingest any types of data, whether that is data from satellite sources, data from news, social media. We focus on building a solution that is actually fit for purpose for the end user. And the ability for the user to actually go in and ingest their own data as well. So client-specific data can be overlaid to further contextualize what's being said, or as the question says, to test hypotheses.
Amazing. Thank you so much for being with us today, Kate. Really
Thank
impressive
you so
technology.
much.
And now, last but not least, we have Derek from Logically, a company supporting governments around the world in tackling misinformation online. Unfortunately, we will have to move straight into the next session, so we don't have time for live Q&A, but please feel free to put your questions in the chat and someone from the team will be able to respond to you during the presentation. Derek, over to you.
Hi everyone, I'm Derek. I'm the founder and CEO of Logically. It's a pleasure to be with you today to discuss what's a really important and challenging issue. It's an issue that we've probably discussed at great lengths, particularly during the COVID pandemic, and it's of misinformation and disinformation. And today we're going to kind of try and touch on where disinformation poses a national security threat and what institutions can do to identify these threats and respond to them. A bit of background on Logically. We are a technology company that specializes in identifying harmful and problematic content, particularly misinformation and disinformation. We have a load of automation that we've built to help ID any problematic activity, content and accounts as soon as they appear online, within kind of half an hour or an hour of them coming online. And also have developed kind of systemic countermeasures that we can respond to disinformation with. So this is the kind of stuff like platform enforcement, where content might be a violation of a certain platform's policy, and then conducting an assessment automatically and with expert input to validate whether it is or not, and then informing a platform partner to take a certain countermeasure, or in the legal context, if it's illegal content, working with law enforcement organizations and national security agencies to help identify and respond to that content in the real world by de-anonymizing the institutions and individuals who might be behind the underlying activity. And finally, also responding through strategic communications via fact checks and by identifying reliable counter narratives. So the way in which we work is very much by combining the best in house of artificial intelligence with expert intelligence that exists within our open source intelligence teams, or within open source intelligence teams, communication teams and security teams on our client's end. So kind of bringing together expert intelligence to bring in the nuance, but the artificial intelligence to bring in the scalability and speed of automated assessments. Some of these threats that I'm about to present might be quite obvious given the year that we've been through. But over the last year, I think it's become obvious that disinformation is in fact a national security threat. Everything from 5G towers being set on fire in the UK to the insurgency on Capitol Hill at the start of January, to increasingly aggressive messaging by both state actors and non-state actors that might undermine the national security interests and generally the interests of a democratic country. It's quite a worrying space, and from the work that we've done quite closely with governments across the UK, US and India, we've identified that there's limited capacity at the moment within institutions to really identify a lot of this content, ideally pre-virality. And that's what we're here to help provide. One of the other complexities about this space to be aware of is that the sheer number of actors who are involved has multiplied over the last few years. Kind of when we started back in 2017, there was just over a dozen countries that took part in outward-facing disinformation operations, and that number is now grown to around 80 countries. And the profile of threats that we see is changing as well. Fully overt nation-state disinformation to disinformation that might be being spread by private sector intermediaries of those nation states, and completely blown active disinformation campaigns that could be set up for as little as £10,000. So that's the universe of challenges that we're looking to help organizations with. So the simple way in which I can describe what we do is in the context of a situation room. So everything that logically monitors within a particular monitoring purview, a region of the world, certain narratives, certain actors, gets ingested into a situation room from hundreds of platforms, hundreds of millions of domains around the world. We conduct our automated assessments of that content, of the accounts and the activity, to label them as threat, either because they're universally harmful or they're harmful with the specific interests of that client in mind, and then automatically pair that up with a potential countermeasure, so a way in which the client can respond to that potential threat. And there's really two ways of engaging with the platform, kind of using it for incident management on a daily basis to manage all the incidents that appear that day, or kind of, as this video shows, in a more free-flow investigation style to identify specific clusters of behavior. And if there's someone technically competent in social network analysis and graph analysis in the team, to be able to transform various network graphs to identify sources of influence, patient zero, who starts campaigns, who's likely to be orchestrating campaigns, and also identifying pockets of kind of automated and coordinated behavior. Really kind of where we feel we can assist is across protection, prevention, and provision. So protecting the interests of Her Majesty's Government and Armed Forces on a day-to-day basis and a periodic basis against all the threats that it faces in the information environment, helping prevent proactively any large-scale campaigns that might be about to start or that have just started, by identifying critical infrastructure that those campaigns are using. And finally, helping build a better, fuller, and more comprehensive view of the information environment for various stakeholders in the defense community and the intelligence community. So really, the platform is for a team and an organization that is in urgent need of understanding an uncertain information landscape that may have one or more adversarial agents, and the organizations themselves might have limited analyst support themselves to be able to monitor these agents all the time, and particularly keep on top of any campaigns, particularly once they're going viral. So that's us in a nutshell, and we'd love to talk to anyone who's interested in use cases they might see that help protect various national security interests, but also interests across public health, public safety, election integrity. So thank you all very much for your time, and I look forward to answering some questions.
Thank you so much, Chiara, and thank you to all of the entrepreneurs for joining us today and pitching their innovative solutions. Please do get in touch with them, either via the platform or via their websites and emails that you might be able to find online. And that brings us to the end of the first ever Defence Disrupted, and what an amazing event it has been. A big thank you to all of the moderators and panelists throughout the last 2 mornings. And I'd like to say thank you once again to our launch partner, Amazon Web Services, and to our gold sponsor, Netcompany, for helping to make all of this happen. And of course, finally, the biggest thank you to all of you for joining in, sharing your thoughts, collaborating with others, and taking part in the debate around how technology can create and rethink the future of defense and security. I will now hand over to Daniel and Alex for the final few words before we finish up the conference.
Thank you very much for joining us over the last 2 days of Defence Disrupted. We hope that you've had a great day, learned a lot, and been part of some really interesting conversations.
But don't let it end here. 2 days, great conversations. Just keep pushing for the innovation that we all know is possible. Keep it up, and we'll see you next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
In order to sustain advantage over our adversaries and face new and emerging threats, the defense industry needs to embrace innovation and agility.
Because in the defense world, innovation is more than ever an operational and strategic necessity.
For me, innovation in defence is absolutely key to ensuring that we maintain military advantage well into the future.
In order to understand the risks and threats ahead, defense needs to be able to act quickly and adapt to constant change.
Space has seen a massive evolution over the last few years, with new technologies and new capabilities mostly pushed through the new space commercial endeavors.
Effective collaborations with our partners as we pursue promising new technologies that rapidly increase our effectiveness across all of the defence domains is absolutely vital.
I've seen innovation save lives in a number of environments. With 19 years service, 9 overseas tours, I've seen service people innovate on a daily basis to improve their environment, improve process, and make equipment work better.
Innovation is the ability to be bold and open up to change and embrace the new.
So there are many challenges ahead. We will need close and proactive cooperation between European institutional and industrial actors to face them. And we will need you, entrepreneurs, inventors, investors of all kinds. I strongly believe in the enormous potential of our startups, our SMEs, and I know that they will be at the heart of our digital success.